All right, we're going to start for real. All right, we are live. Thank you all for joining us today. Welcome back to the channel. Today we're going to be talking about the origins of Islam, starting a series looking at the many pagan influences on Islam. I may have said a few too many's, but the point is clear that the religion of pure monotheism is very much not a religion of pure monotheism. Trying some new things today. I've put some checks on the number of animations. Some people said they were too distracting. And I think it was because they tended to come in bursts, like there wouldn't be any for several minutes and then there'd be like 5 right in a row. So I've put it so that there can only be 1 a minute now. So that is one of the changes. We also had the opening prayer before we went live to encourage Muslims to watch this stream and not tune out when we go into the prayer. So a couple changes there. Let me know what you think about things. Also have a couple of Zayed Ali says goodbye. Of course you're saying goodbye right as we're starting. You're running away because you can't handle the information that's about to be presented. I get it. You're scared. You realize that your religion can't hold up to scrutiny and you don't want to deal with that. So go ahead, run away. But when you're ready to be an adult and come back and test whether or not your religion is true, then we will be ready for you. We will be ready to present this information. And in fact, you can watch the replay later when you decide that you want to know the truth. Because if you have the true religion already, then your religion should stand up to scrutiny. And if you don't have it, you should want to know, because the matter of truth, especially when it comes to religion, is of grave importance. This is going to determine your eternal destiny. So next time, come back when you're ready to be an adult. JesusBot says, new headphones? No, my wireless ones, I apparently did not plug them in. They were not charged. So I'm using my studio headphones that I use for video editing and such, as opposed to the wireless headphones. And Professor Yaffle says, I can pray by myself. Yes, you can. And we're just trying it out. It's not definite. And certainly any streams that are on Christian apologetics, we'll do the prayer at the start. But trying to encourage Muslims to engage with the material. So trying things out. Any words of introduction from you, Mary?
Yep. Muslims who are already saying, oh, we're going to correct you, we're going to correct you. You will have time to come up today. I am planning on doing 2 hours on topic, and we're going to get however far we get. And then we're going to open it to Muslims for about an hour. And if Lorenzo comes back and doesn't just call me names in the chat, then he can come up, because I actually owe him some off topic time. But other than that, I would prefer on topic. And only if we have no one who wishes to engage with the topic will we have off topic, except for me owing Lorenzo some time because he had internet connections one day. Okay. So, and I am going to do something new. I am going to start out by reading from some source very briefly that's completely unrelated to the topic at hand, but has something interesting or important that I believe that people should hear. This time, I'm going to start by reading from a book called The Land of the Veiled Women, Some Wanderings in Algeria, Tunisia, and Morocco, which was from the earliest 20th century, in between the two wars. There are many travelogues written by people who visited these areas when they first really opened up to the ability to have safe tourism and so on under colonial rule. And so now I'm going to read about women in a particular town of Algeria, I believe called Busada. It's still a town there. You can look it up. And this is what he says. Kept in seclusion, languorous and without exercise, it is natural that the thought and life of an Arab woman should be sensuous. Flat roofs adjoin flat roof, and it is possible to journey over half of Bosada, that's the town, by the roofs. An unforgivable offense is for a man to look from his own roof upon the roof of his neighbor. For here the ladies gather and sit unveiled. But human nature is the same in both Sada as elsewhere, and sometimes glances are exchanged. The very difficulty of an intrigue makes it all the more ravishing. All makes it all the more a ravishing pastime with the passionate Arab, and the woman, trained from her earliest girlhood on lascivious stories and amorous poetry, runs risks. Now, when a husband returns home and notices a pair of red slippers before the door of his wife's room, he knows that a lady's visitor is within and he must not enter. Therefore, the placing of red slippers at the door is one of the devices adopted by women who would deceive their spouses. Indeed, you hear stories of lovers visiting their ladies dressed as women. So easy is disguise if the man is not too tall and adopts the waddling walk of Arab women. Should the husband suspect, especially if the visitor departs by the housetop, which is not unusual, he watches or sets a spy to work. Then some night an Arab is mysteriously murdered in one of the dark alleys. So here is an account of how the wonderful, secluded, veiled, and virtuous women of Islam previously lived. And this traveler notes with quite a lot of shock the amount of extremely graphic stories that were exchanged. And if you guys want to read some, 1001 Arabian Nights, I thought it would be something that you could just, I was a middle schooler when I bought it on a very long vacation, because it's a huge brick, right? It's like this big. I'm like, oh, I'll just read this because I've read Andrew Lang's 1001 Nights. It'll be more like fairy tales. No, it's many, many very, very, very graphic stories. And I was quite shocked. However, I had nothing else to read, so I read the whole thing. So you can read that translation, and you can see the kinds of stories and the kinds of details that children are grew up with in these societies at that time. All right.
And we got a quick comment here from Houston Euler. You can trade some points in for double the number of hori promised by Christian heaven. Yeah. You can trade in as many points for as many doubling up of your Christian horis as you want. I have a feeling it'll come out with the same number, though. Just a thought.
Yeah, Gabriel, I'm afraid that you would have to sneak over Gabriel says that he's 6'2", 270 pounds, or say 6 foot, 270 pounds. I'm afraid that you would have to actually sneak over the rooftops, because I think you would be too tall to pass as one of the women.
And apparently you must be rich because you read 1001 Nights, which we all know costs thousands of dollars to buy, right?
No, she thinks I'm rich because we went on vacations. My family prioritized camping.
Okay, I'm glad you got why you're rich. I actually didn't get it. That would only be even if you were rich, that meant your parents were rich. It wouldn't mean you are, but lots of families sacrifice so that their kids can have nice vacations, and parents don't buy anything for themselves. So you don't have to be rich to go on a vacation.
I mean, we had a little pop-up trailer for years and years, and it let mosquitoes in, and there was a particularly catastrophic trip that was our last trip at that pop-up, but and that one was inherited from grandparents before we could afford to have a pop-up of our own. But yeah, and no, definitely not rich.
So Nur was not paying attention and would like the name of the source.
Okay, the source is once again In the Land of the Veiled Women is the name of the book, and it's a travelogue. Very popular at that time. You can read the entire thing on Google Books. It's because it's out of copyright. I like looking at really old books because a lot of things did not change an enormous amount in Islamic society from the time of Muhammad to the early 20th century. There were changes, but they were not huge. So you can still see a lot of the same things in both of those. Ha! Yes, I do live in a beautiful building with incredible stained glass windows here.
Yeah, I mean, you bought a whole church just to do your YouTube streams. So
clearly.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and pull up your presentation here.
All right, so we're going to start. There are a whole bunch of different streams that went into Islam, and one of them is this ancient Arabian stone veneration and everything that is associated with it. And so I want to start out with some of my conclusions. And the first one, which will be surprising to some people, And so I'm going to go through these and see that these, this is kind of where it's what I concluded, but it's also what underlies what we're doing right now. Okay. I believe that Mecca is a real place, and it's the same place as the current Mecca. And I also think that it couldn't be any other region in the world because of all the influences from the surrounding society only existed in the backwater of the Hijaz at this time, right? So Muhammad, whatever his birth name was, right? He was a real individual person from Mecca. He couldn't have been invented, nor could he have been from anywhere else. I believe that Muhammad genuinely claimed to be a monotheistic prophet. And among the things he taught were the ayat that are in the Quran today. So what we have did come from Muhammad, but the contexts were in flux until he died. So tons of things that he gave before then didn't make it into the Quran we have now because they conflicted in various ways, or were embarrassing, or were inconvenient later on, right? And in the compilation process, things could be changed and lost and twisted and a little bit messed up. So it's not word for word. Things are not in the correct places necessarily, but at the time that he died, everything that is in the Quran, people thought were things that he said, and said came from Allah in some way. Okay. I also believe that some of the strongest evidence for this level of authenticity, what I've said, is the historical and geographical context of Mecca itself. Islam is made of a number of religious layers. Here are some of the main ones. The first and most ancient layer is Neolithic stone veneration. And then after that, we also find that there are Bronze and Iron Age pantheons, Arabian folk magic and religion, Gnosticism of late antiquity, Christianity and Judaism, Zoroastrianism. And I haven't quite decided where Hanafiya lies yet, because there are really conflicting accounts on it, and I'm going to have to sort through some more. And there's also some just Arab cultural stuff that turned into Islam, and the Islamic way of doing things over time. But right now, we are concentrating on this first one, this Neolithic stone veneration. So I want everyone to keep in mind that geography actually matters. Actually, things happen at a specific place. And if something is happening in Egypt, that doesn't mean that people over in Peru have any connection to it, right? People have to know about things through where they are located in space and how they travel and how they know each other. Like you can't have things just magically connected through osmosis or something, right? Chronology also matters. Events occur in time. Things that happen before influence things that happen after. You can't have things that are happening after influencing things that happen more before. You also can't have something that happens in one place and then several thousand years several thousand years later, something that seems kind of similar happens somewhere else. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're connected. There actually has to be a connection in time between these things. And how much geography and chronology are violated in a lot of the material that's even produced by academics. They'll just say wild things that cannot possibly be true once you have in mind when something happened and where it happened.
So a good example of this, and you have to remember to pause at the slides because I already have several comments from the audience, but a good example of this that you hear often in pop culture, not in academia, but in pop culture, is that, there's big pyramids in Egypt and there's big pyramids in the New World. There has to be some sort of connection between them. And then you get bizarre theories like aliens came and gave people knowledge of how to build pyramids, or that there was ships that we somehow don't know about that traveled across the ocean, or all kinds of weirdo things that people come up with because they see two things that look alike. If you really look superficially, they're not even all that similar. And they said there must be a connection between these. And that's irresponsible. We need to actually look at, as you say, geography and chronology and say, okay, here's two things that are similar, but is there any possibility of a connection? And if there's not even any possibility, then you don't even go any further. So a couple comments here. Humorous one from Professor Yaffel. conclusions, I must have fallen asleep and woken up at the end.
Ha!
And DQS says, I have to disagree with Ms. Arias. There's zero archaeological evidence for a Mecca. So why would that be in your understanding, Mary? Why is there such scant physical evidence?
Because they have not wanted to dig for what there is, because what there is does not match the history, right? So no, there is archaeological evidence of a Mecca at the time of Muhammad, right? But it doesn't go back to Abraham. And that's the problem. If they do good archaeology, they will discover that it goes back at most, to the 1st century BC, and most likely more recent than that, right? So that is the issue that we have when, and honestly, I really think that the elites in Saudi Arabia actually know this, right? They know that their narrative is wrong. They know it's false. They know it's pretend.
Yeah, and they're trying to concrete up Mecca for a reason. They don't want anyone to see what is there. Whether that's because there isn't much of anything, or it's because of what's little is there would disapprove the narrative. They'd rather just have no archaeology than archaeology that would disprove their ideas. Because remember, Mecca is supposed to be this giant trade capital. Mary's not saying it's that, right? You're saying it's a tiny little backwater village, which you wouldn't expect much physical evidence for a tiny little backwater village. So, question: why does Rose pronounce the Quran with a Spanish accent?
That is not a Spanish accent, man.
And Servant of Allah says, well, actually, you want to answer why you pronounce the Quran in a strange way, even if it's not Spanish?
Because that is one of the Arabic pronunciations of it. And so whenever people whine and cry that you don't speak Arabic, if you can say Quran better than they can, then they whine a little bit less.
And Servant of Allah says, well, to be fair, yeah, he's going to be fair here. Anti-Islamic channels have existed for 18 years, or maybe even more, and Islam is still alive. So, Mary, it's clear that Islam is the truth because people have been criticizing it for 18 whole years, and it still exists.
Wow, Buddhism still exists, and it's really old too. I guess it must be even more true, even though people have been criticizing it for even longer. Hindus have been criticizing Buddhism since Buddhism came about. So.
And then he also says, the debate is more fun than the presentation. How can you debate if you don't even know what our position is? You just want to come up here and give your monologue. You don't want anyone to hear the actual information being presented because you're scared. You're scared of what this information is going to be. So you want to come up now and give some other thing that you want to talk about and not have anyone hear the material. Well, not going to work. Sorry.
All right. So if you want to go to, the origin of culture in the Middle East and in Europe and in North Africa and in northern sub-Saharan Africa, right? The origin of that came from the agricultural revolution, the Neolithic Revolution, which was the, not really discovery, but the development of agriculture and herding over a period of time. It happened in this red area here is where it originated. Now, if you went to school like 20 years ago, they tell you that it happened in the Zagros Mountains, for sure. Absolutely the Zagros Mountains. But with recent genetic information about the origin, where the cereals that we eat now, where are the closest genes to that in the wild? Well, it's actually closer over here to this Anatolia region. And it's also possible that it might even be in the Levant that it developed. So we're looking more Western than we used to, but the general narrative that it occurred in this rough area is still true. It started out as rain-fed agriculture. There used to be quite a bit more rain in this area. It was warmer, therefore wetter. So let's look at how it spread over time. This shows, from the darkest to the lightest, shows spread of agriculture over time. It's a little bit goofy because people were not actually farming in the Upper Alps in 400 BC or anything, or 4000 BC or anything like that. People were not farming these mountains then, but it's a pretty good map overall. And this relates to the spread of the people who would eventually become whom? The Arabs, because the Arabs came from a pastoral nomadic group, right, that knew agriculture because they had herds, and agriculture, pastoralism, they're linked, okay? So, and for those of you who are wondering where the traditional site of Arafat is, it's actually right about here in the middle of this. So, so
a couple quick
ahead.
comments here. So Trinity Matrix said, I would never trust Arabic sources on anything. And I think that's completely unfair. Now, if you say I wouldn't trust Muslim sources on the history of Islam, well, that's one thing. But to say I would never trust anything just because it's written in Arabic, I think is completely unfair. Lots of Arabic speakers are not Muslims, especially historically. So I think that's an unjustifiable position.
Yeah, this has nothing to do. We are not going anywhere. Yes, I'll make the slides available. So this has nothing to do with the Islamic narrative at all. I don't even think that we'll touch on the Islamic narrative because the legend making of Islam doesn't reach back to these periods, and then of course, the written sources don't reach back in any language to this period because writing hadn't been invented yet, right? Right now we're talking about studies of anthropology, of archaeology, of genetic flow in ancient bones, and all kinds of things of that sort, okay? So, and if you look at the Muslims are slightly divided about where Arafat is because, first of all, they came up and they realized that Arafat was always traditionally understood to be in the Urartu Mountains. That's why it's called Arafat. It's the same place. It's in the Kingdom of Van area, right? So it was always understood to be here. But they had come up with their own myth that it was in the Hijaz, right? So you have this conflict that occurs in lots of Islamic sources between what's reasonably possible and the early stuff that they were saying that isn't. And a lot of times they just kind of bury these two.
Before you move on, Professor Yalva wanted you to explain the legend here.
The legend here is the time period of when the spread of agriculture began. So the first one says 9,500 to 7,000 BCE. That's where agriculture began. Down here it says Eupedia map of the diffusion of agriculture. And they're saying that agriculture is being spread through exchanges between people. That's not entirely true. Most of this area, it was spread through the extermination of the existing people. Only up here above the Pontic, in the Pontic-Caspian steppe area could you properly say that was diffusion, and Northern Europe it was diffusion. But this Southern Europe and this area, in Northern Africa, it was mostly spread through the extermination of the existing people by the newcomers. There's a nice little fiction there.
So Nur claims you're wrong. She says, false. Mount Arafat is in Mecca. You made a mistake. There is no division among the Muslims on this point.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you want to humiliate yourself, you can go ahead and say that. That's fine. So absolutely no one before Islam ever thought that there was Arafat in Mecca because the mountains are called Arafat and always have been. That was a made-up name applied to the place to try to make Mecca seem legitimate when it's not legitimately connected to anything. So now we're going to look at Göbekli Tepe, and I had to look up the pronunciation of that because I've only read about it. So whenever you start going, okay, where is the earliest stone something that was possibly related to worship? You find out that this place even predates other sites in Anatolia. Okay, Anatolia, guys, let's see where my thumb appears. Does that look like? Yes, it looks like a map, the map to you. You know, the thumb that sticks out in Turkey, that's called Anatolia. So anytime I say Anatolia, I mean that thumb of land that's Turkey now. Okay, it wasn't Turkey then, so I'm not calling it Turkey. That thumb is Anatolia. Okay, so it's in Anatolia, and there are other. It's earlier than other sites in Anatolia. It's earlier even than Jericho and a few other sites. Oh, it is backwards. My thumb is backwards. Darn. Sorry about that, guys. Thumb this way for you. Thumb this way for you. So we have. So this is one of the earliest sites, and so if you're looking, you'd want to connect this to it. However, it seems like this is not going to end up being any kind of good connection because although it was originally interpreted to be like a religious site, it seems now that the weight of opinion and the weight of evidence shows that it was probably a place where large groups of families lived and was likely entirely covered over, and that they were large communal houses. And there was no separation in a lot of these early houses between the sacred and the profane. You would have sacred pieces within your house, right? You would have your, like the people of Jericho who buried the bodies of their ancestors under their floors and could worship them and so on, right? So there is this tendency to equate it, but it's probably not correct. And most likely they were not nomadic. They were a settled people here, right?
So Nur has some amazing logic here. I don't see your point at all. Arafat is a name of a mountain in Mecca. That's the name of the place, just like New York is, of course, a place. Name of places are invented.
That's hilarious.
What an ironic example there that you would pick
That
New
was
York,
exactly,
which is
yes,
named after
after
York. So
You
yeah,
mean
Muslims later named a mountain after Arafat because they wanted it to be in Mecca. That doesn't prove anything.
exactly?
And also, it's not a mountain; it's a tiny little hill.
Yeah, it's a tiny hill. So, here's a picture of one of the houses. We've actually found that some of these even have things carved into the top so that they could support pillar or long timbers so that you could lay them across and cover up the entire area. It's also the fact that you don't really see a continuation because almost all of their imagery is animal imagery. And so their religion was attached to the worship, and it's not prey animal imagery for the most part. It tends to be things like lizards and snakes and spiders and other things that they didn't really eat much, if at all. And so it was a different type of religion than you'd find. So as I said before, the development of agriculture either happened in the Natufian Levant. The Natufian culture is a name of the earliest Neolithic culture of Levant, or the mountains north of Mesopotamia. They're called the Silver Mountains in Sumerian sources, right? It began as rain-fed agriculture. And with this came, and here's something important for lots of people who want to have various odd theories. But with this, at the same time that this occurred, in this same region, the major depigmentation genes also occurred. So people had got random mutations that didn't kill them for once. And it would cause people to have a lot more skin cancer, but it also means that people have much higher levels of vitamin D. And if you guys know all the research from the latest pandemic, people with very high levels of vitamin D are very resistant to disease compared to people with lower levels of vitamin D. It's extremely useful in fighting off infections. And so when you adopt settled agriculture, what happens is that you get a lot more exposure to a lot more diseases because you're not moving around away from the place where you poop and the place where the guts are that you left, and you're with more people and in contact with more people. And so You're in closer, more intimate contact with animals because now they're your livestock, and you don't just touch them when you kill them, right? So you can pick up more diseases from your animals as well. And in this environment, some existing level of depigmentation genes that people have suddenly start spreading like wildfire because you're really able to resist disease way more than other people. Now, there is a completely separate suite of genes. I cannot speak today. It's a completely separate suite of genes in East Asia that it causes depigmentation in East Asia. So if theoretically, if a European person and a Chinese person had a kid, and another European person and another Chinese person had a kid, and their kids married, you could get children who were completely black or super, super, super white, right? Because you have different genes that interfere with the depigmentation or the development of pigmentation. It's broken genes that don't let you produce melanin like ancestors do, right?
So hear that, everyone? White people are broken.
Yes, we're broken. We have broken genes. But sometimes something that causes a deficiency in function can provide in certain environments an advantage because, again, you get more skin cancer, but you get a lot of vitamin D. So you get all this vitamin D that helps you fight out disease. Nobody's living to super old anyway, so the skin cancer doesn't really matter all that much, except in really low latitudes, right? So in all of these higher latitudes, whenever these genes pop up, they spread like crazy as soon as they become extremely advantageous, as they do at this time, whenever you develop settled agriculture, all right?
So a couple comments here from Professor Yaffel. Albino question mark. So albino is actually different than the normal genes that control skin color. There's several genes that normally control skin color, and then the albino gene is separate from that. So not important, but just FYI.
It breaks it in a different place, and it also screws up with your eyes and other things. So albino is never going to spread because it makes you blind. For one thing, you're legally blind, right? So it will never be an advantage.
Trinity Matrix says, I don't believe for a second in the Islamic Mecca. Well, you used the right word there, Islamic Mecca. None of us believe in the Islamic fairy tale about Mecca. So we're actually not debating about that topic.
And it's not open to debate, so there's no point in opening that up. But
in fact, there is no great city that was ever there. Like even in the 19th century, it wasn't really a great city. It was a small town, right? This was never a great place. Okay. So anyway, over time, people figured out irrigation, right? And so agriculture spread to areas that needed irrigation to produce. It also spread to Europe and to North Africa and all these other places, right? But
so got a couple more comments before you move on. So the question, well, first a statement, sites next to and associated with Göbekli Tepe, now dated to 12,000 BC, pushes back agriculture to the point of Younger Dryas and the flood.
It depends on how you interpret it. It depends on how you interpret the. I'm using just conventional dating here. I'm not entirely confident that the method is.
Yeah, accurate. The further you go back in history, the less certain the dates are.
Yeah, and so I'm also not going to confidently place the flood at any point. I'm not going to confidently declare the age of the earth or humanity. Okay, so I'm using conventional dating done by, that you find using carbon dating, but there are conflicting issues that is not settled by the old wood problem, as some people would like you to believe. There are deeper issues and deeper conflicts and deeper impossibilities. That's why as soon as you can move away from carbon dating to a written record, you want to do that because it's much more reliable as in terms of putting things into context. That's why you have, the older chronology and the younger chronology, shorter and the longer and the middle chronology and all of that. They conflict because of, they can't be settled by doing carbon dating, because carbon dating just is not that clear.
So Jeffrey asked how many gods were worshipped there. I don't know a precise number, but it was certainly polytheistic.
Yes, it was probably animistic, something like that, right?
And 2 more comments here.
Nur,
Just from the
yes, I am,
Muslims.
sweetheart. I am giving archaeological sources
It's
and
just a
scholarly
bedtime
view.
story. Now, if you want to talk about a bedtime story, that's what you find in the Quran. What she's talking about here is mainstream, orthodox study of human history. There's nothing, no fantasies here, right? It's not like she's even giving a Christian story. She's just telling you the archaeological facts of the matter. And then we have from Lorenzo, just tuned in. Okay, so he just tuned in, right? He hasn't actually seen anything. The idea of your tactic in all these presentations is to present fringe scholarship with the purpose of keeping the focus off Christianity, but your problem remains. How ironic. How ironic. How many times have we talked to Lorenzo, you think, Mary? 10?
Yeah.
How many times has he talked about Islam?
0.
Interesting. Interesting. So maybe he's doing some psychological projection here, as he is desperate to keep the focus off Islam.
Yep. So.
All right, let's move on.
Yep. So by about 600 BC, again, this is conventional dating. Do not say that this is Mary Harb's dates. Okay, this is conventional dating. That the climate turned drier and cooler, and the wet Sahara period. If you know about the Sahara pump, there were time periods when the Sahara is like this big, wet, wonderful savanna where you can hunt a lot and lots of game, and then it gets drier and so on. Well, that got drier. So did the Levant, right? And all of these areas. And as a result, you couldn't farm all the areas you used to be able to farm. And this group called the Circum-Arabian nomadic pastoral complex, because of course they are archaeologists, need to make an enormous mouthful out of everything. So we now have a Circum-Arabian nomadic pastoral complex. And it doesn't even shorten to anything that's easy to say. What is wrong with these people? Anyway, this developed. So they were primarily herding. They always brought the knowledge of grain cultivation with them. And their expansion is marked by distinct J1 lineages. So within the Y gene, you have different lineages, right? We call them haplotypes. And within the J1 group, there are some subgroups of J1 that are associated with this particular culture. And wherever this culture went, those people carrying these genes, this Y ancestry, went with it. Okay. And this is a pretty good, the one over on the upper left, just ignore the stuff out of Africa. But from the development of agriculture over here, you have J1 and J2 of certain flavors of J1 and J2, right? They go out here into Europe, and then other flavors of J1 and J2, because they're not this, they're related groups, but they're not identical groups. They have unique mutations, right? They head this way into Africa and elsewhere too. And this one has a better map that shows a lot more about this particular Circum-Arabian pastoral nomadic complex, or nomadic pastoral complex, excuse me, has a better view of just the details of where it went. And so it goes from approximately this area. It gets dry. People aren't able to farm as well, so they take up movable herding and go out here into these areas. All of these areas, their languages, and in the north, almost all of their genetics, and in Egypt, almost all of their genetics come from this group. Sorry, guys, who want to make them into something else. Their genetics are Middle Eastern. Now, if you go down in here into Chad and these various areas, here only a small portion of the native genes of people who are already there predominate, and only, you'll still find the same male lines, but they're so intermarried that the vast majority of the genes are from other people. Now, they also went along into the Hijaz and into Yemen, and then eventually, this is much, much, much later, right? Much later, into Ethiopia from there. Okay, so there's actually some more diffusion into here from the original group that isn't shown here, but it's the best map that I could find.
So I got
So,
a couple
go
comments.
ahead.
We move on. Servant of Allah says, brother got offended. I don't know who you're talking about. I don't know if you mean Lorenzo or me or what, but I assure you I'm definitely not offended by anything that has been said. Nur says, it is just a bedtime story. You're not giving archaeological sources or inscriptions and the scholarly view on them by scholars. Well, you are giving the scholarly view by scholars. I apologize that we didn't put the name of the source up on the screen, but since your standard is that you can only talk about something if you put the name of your source up on the screen, I expect every future comment of yours to include your source. If you don't include sources in your future comments, then they are invalid by your own logic. Nur also said the study of human history is based on archaeological sources. That's my point. So show them on your slides and the scholarly view on them. She is giving a summary of well-accepted information. Just like any textbook you read, it's not going to have great detail about every single source because these aren't things that are debated, right? These aren't points that are in debate. These are consensus points by a mainstream orthodox archaeology, anthropology, study of human history. There's nothing that needs justification with a source. She could put a source. She could put Encyclopedia Britannica at the bottom if she wanted to. I mean, these are not controversial matters.
Yeah, these are totally consensus things. Guys, this is basic genetic genealogy. This is basic archaeology at this point. This is not anything like go to Wikipedia, they go to Encyclopedia Britannica, they'll talk about, oh, this particular form of pottery is associated with this group of the, oh goodness, Circum-Arabian nomadic pastoral complex, but they will say, but the fact that this group exists is like completely accepted. It's totally mainstream, guys. Entirely mainstream.
And then she says, even if we take for granted even if we take for now what Mary is saying, how is that linked with the idea that Kaaba is of polytheistic origin?
We'll get there, huh?
We'll get there. We'll get there. Right. Don't worry. Don't worry.
This is
and
also
one legitimate.
This is also a history of the Arabs. So we're talking about where these Arabs come from and where these layers come from of traditions and migration and everything else.
And then one legitimate question from Kasik. I don't know. How does Saudi Arabia get agricultural technology?
Well, Saudi Arabia is one of the earliest places that we know of so far. Everything's changing so fast. Anytime they go, oh, well, here's where people, whatever, it changes. But Yemen, I'm going to talk not about Saudi, right? Because that's a different area, because mostly everything was focused in Yemen. Yemen had human beings living there from very, very, very early on. And so this group came on top of these hunter-gatherers who were already there and mostly displaced them because none of their lineages seem to survive now in that area. So they were kind of wiped out. But they don't have settled agriculture that spreads to Yemen at this time. It seems like it takes until about 3,200 BC for settled agriculture to be reinvented in Yemen, because Yemen, for the most part, does require irrigation, and irrigation takes longer everywhere. And there's a big gap between in time in space, like between Sumer and then all the way down in Yemen. They're really far away, so it takes a long time, long after people in Sumer were making all of these irrigation ditches and controls and and technology and everything else, it takes a really long time for that level of sophistication to show up in Yemen. So at this time, we're just having people who in southern Arabia, they've just got herds. And so whenever they want grain, they have to trade with people who are farther north who are actually growing things. Okay. So there are some customs that are common to all the J2 and J1 cultures that we can find show up in places like Spain that has not been influenced by Arabs, like non-Arab influenced Spain. You can find things like this. You can find things in Italy. You can find these customs in every place where these folks up here settled. You will find these particular customs, and they are special and unique to these people and to people who have had contact with them. And so they were patrilineal and also patriarchal, which is not a surprise. The vast majority of cultures are both, meaning that they counted their descent from the male line, right? And they also were ruled by men, right? They had particular mourning customs when someone died, and they included face scratching, hair pulling, putting on special clothes, lots of theatrics, lots of screaming. This is something that traces all the way back to this group, because you'll find it anywhere they've gone. You'll find that it was a part of that culture, especially belief. Good night, Apple. Belief in an evil eye is also a big part of this. The belief that someone's look of jealousy or envy or even a kind of admiration can bring a curse on someone and affect them is part of this culture. And it's huge, 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 huge in areas that are Islamic to this day, right? So evil eye is something that they massively believe on and still. So the language that was carried by this group here in the not J1, J2, not this group up here that went off at different times, but by this Circum-Arabian nomadic pastoral complex, the folks with the sheep and the goats who were wandering around, they spoke the Proto-Afro-Asiatic language. This dating is all wrong. Any dating, the glottochronological dating, they call it, is totally wrong, and it's an invalid way of dating anything. But linguists will still try, because linguists are going to pretend like you can learn everything from languages when you really can't. Anyway, so this remigration into Africa, this has to do with this group of nomads, right? And they brought with them their depigmentation genes, right? And then you'll find this Proto-Semitic folks who stayed behind, they had their depigmentation genes. And so if you'll notice, one of these guys does not look like the other. That guy right here does not look like the other three. The other three look more or less the same. One of them's Greek, one of them's Moroccan, and one of them is from the Syria or something, I think. And they all look somewhat similar because these are the genes that were brought with them with depigmentation. That guy's from India, and the genes flowed up. They flowed into the Indo-Europeans who were on the steppes as well, without taking the rest of the genetic complex. They have less of an input, but they got those genes just through intermarriage, and the genes spread because, again, it protects you from dying of infection really well. But this did not spread nearly as much in India, which already had a much bigger population. So you see the difference in what people would look like just with those kind of genes yoinked out. There isn't, a huge amount of difference other than the lack of these depigmentation genes. They aren't as pale as Northern Europeans, because Northern Europeans have a whole bunch of other depigmentation genes too. They have extra bonus genes, right? But the main ones came with these folks. Now, here are some Europeans who were hunter-gatherers before the time that these guys came and wiped them out in the south. Okay? And so I got some reconstructions that don't look quite so excessively deliberately primitive, because sometimes people go, oh, we need to give them all matted hair and really tangled looking and dirty. They need to look dirty. So I got some that didn't like try to make them look
Yeah,
especially dirty.
those look way out of place where they like have combed hair. I mean, we always think of the people that lived in ancient times as being, so primitive. They had wild, crazy hair, right?
Yeah, right. And I didn't want to do uh, uh, I didn't want to, because it's just so condescending to act like people could not choose to make their hair look like whatever they wanted. We don't know what they chose to make it look like, but these people actually had combs, folks. They had combs, so they combed their hair. This group of people had combs to comb their hair, right? So you see how dark their skin is, but you get blue eyes because blue eyes is from Europe before this time. These folks are in areas where their direct descendants would be entirely wiped out, completely slaughtered by the people coming in. But farther to the north, there's more mixing. And as the genes flow up of depigmentation, plus some depigmentation genes that were more minor contributors, but were already there, and the blue eyes that were already there, then you get your typical very northern European, extremely pale, blue eyes, light hair, through all of these things coinciding together. And then the south, you have your dark eyes, darker hair, either brown, very dark red, or black, right? Or, but you don't have any blue eyes, because in the areas that the native Europeans were wiped out, you don't get blue eyes, because the native Europeans came with blue eyes. Now, when the Indo-Europeans expanded, they brought in some limited amount of blue eyes back into the area. But it was mostly the elites. They did not wipe out the population the way the folks coming from the Middle East wiped out the population that was there in the South. Okay.
So
So
a couple quick comments here from Kaisendio Al-Islam. We studied Mesopotamia history, but our teachers never said any word about Arabia. And that's the normal way it goes. And there's a reason for that. Well, there's a vast desert in between the more northern parts of the Arabian Peninsula and the southern parts. So there's not a lot of direct contact. And then the people in the south, and there were people there, they don't play a important role in the development of any of the major powers in world history until the time of Islam. And thus, usually the first time they're mentioned is in Islam. Same reason why, say, people of Western Africa aren't usually mentioned, or people living in the New World usually aren't mentioned, because they don't play a major role in the development of world history. Or I should say, development in the major powers of world history, because obviously they play a role in the development of world history, just not in the big powers. And history has traditionally been centered around those big empires, and the history moves from one empire to the next, which isn't a complete picture of human history by any means, but that's why you don't usually hear this kind of stuff in basic history classes. And then we have a profound argument here from Nur, who's very impatient, doesn't want to hear what you have to say about the Kaaba. The story of the construction of the Kaaba by Prophet Abraham for the worship of the only true God Almighty is mentioned in the Quran. Therefore, the Kaaba is not a polytheistic place. So it's true because the Quran says it. Why is the Quran true? Because it's true. I mean, what better argument do you need than the Quran says something?
yeah, I am not showing human evolution. These are human beings. They're regular people. They're humans. They're not like monkeys in clothes or something, guys. These are regular, but that's why I don't like the pictures that are just so condescending, that show them with like dirty with wild hair, right? Because of whatever.
So we have Prophet Nur in the chat, because she says that she knows the correlation that we're trying to establish between arid culture and the Kaaba, which is a false correlation, is denied by the Quran. Amazing that Prophet Nur knows exactly where you're going before you've even remotely started to talk about it. We'll see if Prophet Nur is a false prophet or a true prophet, however.
All right, so this shows the Indo-Europeans. I've already talked about them. So our language, English, and almost all the European languages except for Finnish and oh my goodness, they're going to absolutely destroy me. The Basques, there we go. Basques get very picky or very touchy whenever you forget them, right? Finnish and Basque are Indo-European languages, also Sami, which is usually thought to be related to Finnish. They're almost all Indo-European languages. They come from these folks. These folks intermarried enough to pick up depigmentation genes, but they had already intermarried with a bunch of European-y folks, had the blue eyes, had all these interesting other depigmentation genes. And as soon as their skin gets light enough that they show up, you get blondes, you get like bright redheads, you get all of these other sorts of very Northern European appearances from this mixture of genetics. And eventually they will also spread it. So we talked about the Afro-Asiatic people from whom the Semites come, right? In terms of language. Now we're talking about the Indo-Europeans and their languages and how they will spread all over the place. They tend to be a lot less killy than the super early agriculturalists are. So in the areas that were already heavily settled and already had lots and lots of agriculture, they tended to form like an elite layer. So if you go back to ancient Greek mythology and so on, they'll talk about their gods all having blonde hair. But you look at the Greek people, you're like, where'd the blonde hair go? Well, it intermarried out and disappeared, right? So this is a different cultural group with a different origin, separated from Semites for a long time, but contributes to the Indo-Iranian people and stuff and folks like that, and they'll show up later. So now we have our two groups so far. We also talked somewhat about the Sumerians, but we've got the Afro-Asiatic and Semitic folks, and then now we have these Indo-Europeans. Okay. Now,
so a couple more quick comments from the large Muslim crew today. I'm very glad that you're all here to learn about the true history of the cultures and peoples that led to Islam. The Praised 11 says, Islam lives rent-free in your heads, which is quite amazing since you spend your time going into Christian streams. It seems that Christian comments live in your head rent-free. Servant of Allah says, easy Quran claims Solomon was a monotheistic, but Bible says he committed adultery. The thing is, bothers if you agree God put wisdom in his heart. Why? So being monotheistic and committing adultery are not mutually exclusive. So I don't know what your point there is. And why would the thing is bothers if you agree put wisdom in his heart? Why? Putting wisdom in your heart means that you never commit any sins. I don't know what that is talking about. So you haven't made a point. And yep. Nur says that we have to falsify the Quran in order to disprove her, right? Well, one,
you want to prove the Quran wrong? It is very easy. You try it out.
Indeed, just try it out. You'll prove the Quran wrong. But two, actually, that's not how it works. We don't have to falsify the Quran. You have to provide evidence that it's true. That's like saying you have to falsify Spider-Man or else it's a true story, right? You don't just start with the assumption that something is true. You actually need evidence for that position if you're being responsible. Mary is bringing lots of factual information. I wouldn't say she's bringing evidence against Islam yet.
No,
that's not the point at the moment.
Right now,
but we do bring lots of evidence against Islam, and you can't just say, well, I say you haven't falsified the Quran, therefore you haven't brought any evidence. You have to bring more evidence for your position in order for you to have the superior position. If there's a 99% chance that Islam is false, you can't say, oh, you haven't, there's a 1% chance it's true, therefore you haven't brought any evidence. That's just stupidity.
All right. Since we've been going almost an hour, I'm going to ask everybody to like the video, subscribe, support Thaddeus on his Patreon if you feel called to do so. It really helps. I'm trying to remember to put in these reminders, but I get going and I don't. So there are two outliers in this picture here genetically. If you look at genes and you find out when the most recent common ancestor was, like how many generations removed they would have been. There are two outliers here. I want everybody to put in the chat what they think these two outliers happen to be. Yes, Rachel, thank you. Well, you can share.
Yeah,
Share
if
after you've subscribed.
only I could unsubscribe to resubscribe and then unsubscribe and then resubscribe, all in the cause of reasoned answers, right?
So yeah, so if you think it's 1 and 2, put that in the chat, and I'll give you a few hints by telling you who these folks are. This guy is Pygmy. This guy is Bantu. This guy is European. This guy is East Asian. This guy is Papuan, Papua New Guinea, and this guy is Hadza.
So we have one vote for 2 and 6. We'll give it a couple more seconds here, because I'll answer this question from the praised one. In your logic, if Islam is false, does that make Christianity correct? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. My reasons for believing in Christianity have nothing to do with Islam. However, I find that most Muslims don't have any positive reasons to believe in Islam. The only reason to believe in Islam is because if you're not a Muslim, you're the worst of all creatures. That's what it usually ends up being. Have a vote for 2 and 5, a vote for just 2, a vote for just 4.
And the correct answer, which no one has gotten, are 1 and 6. So 4, 5, 2, and 3 all have a more recent common ancestor than 1 and 6 do. So our Bantu and our Papuan are more closely related to the East Asian and the European than they are to the Hadza or the Pygmy. These groups just really did not intermarry for a very, very long time. So if you go by superficial appearances, things can be very deceptive, very, very deceptive. It is true that 2 and 5 are more closely related than they are to 3, but it's not actually because of their skin colors. Their skin colors are totally separate in development. They were both pretty darn dark at the time that they were mostly alike. It was just that you had a mutation that was a failure of a gene to properly express itself that happened to be beneficial. So this is not an addition. It's not well, we might call it gain of function, right? There's no gain of function here. It is a loss of function mutation that happens to be advantageous whenever you have lots of diseases bopping around. And so different ones spread in different places where they had lots and lots of agriculture, and the sun wouldn't kill them really fast.
So this is all very interesting, but Ali Dawa has something to say.
Not science. To hell with science.
But the reason that I'm doing this, by the way, is because you'll get a lot of these Black Hebrew Israelites who think that they're Jews or whatever, whenever in reality the depigmentation genes, the main ones that make Europeans light, not the only ones, because Northern Europeans have more, right? But the main ones come from the Levant. So they come from the very place where Jews were from. Jews had these genes. Jews had these depigmentation genes. They are not European, but they were not dark-skinned. And just assuming that people are related because they have one particular feature that can pop up through different mutations, right, is just going to be a false kind of idea. It just is. So this was my little foray against the Black Hebrew Israelites and anybody else who wants to have really goofy racial ideas, right? That just by phenotype, which means appearance, does not tell you genotype, which means genes, to an incredibly reliable degree if you're going off of very simple things like how light is the skin, right? So blonde hair, for example, popped up in Solomon Islands, completely unrelated to European blonde hair. It's a totally different mutation, right? Also, loss of function, not gain of function, folks. And we all understand that you can have something that is, in a way, a disabling of an ability that you would otherwise have, right? Okay, so the cultural features associated specifically with the Circum-Arabian nomadic pastoral complex includes herding that's focused on goats and sheep. whenever you get into Europe, you'll find out that they are the Indo-Europeans would have very cow-focused cultures and focused on herding cattle, and whereas goats and sheep were the primary herding objects of these Circum-Arabian cultures, right? The men owned the herds, but women owned the tents in most of these cultures, apparently, because this pattern pops up again and again in very different places. They also had an interesting theory of reproduction. They believed that seed came from the man while the substance of the being came from the woman. So lineage was spread through seed, but relation in the incest type sense came through the woman. So that's why you'll find Abraham married to his half sister. That was in the context of the Bronze Age. That was normal for the Semites, and it's recorded in all kinds of sources. There's even this a bit later, this nasty letter written by a king of Hattusa, a Hittite king, to a Semite, instructing him that about how you guys have these nasty marriage habits and you need to cut that out right now because it's disgusting. You guys are incestuous. And if you marry, I'm letting you marry my sister, but you need to stop with this nonsense that you guys do. You can't do this because it's disgusting. It's a hilarious letter because it's so rude. So they are also patriarchal and patrilineal, even though the women own the tents and the objects inside the tents. It does not change the fact that it's still patriarchal, patrilocal, so women move to live with the men. That's also an incredibly common ancient pattern, the way more common pattern. There's also the habit of female wealth wearing. So because women did not own herds that walked around, instead they owned objects. To have very clear ownership of wealth, they would wear their wealth. And so if things were valuable, they would put it on themselves and have it all the time. That way, if somebody else pops up showing, with your necklace on, everybody knows that it's your necklace. They've seen it on you 100 times. It's harder to steal from you that way, right? So did these women have a gushing forth water to mix and create the blood leech? In fact, they did not. They had no gushing water at this time.
Darn.
That's a later theory.
So two quick comments. This one I just put all up because it was funny, because Servant of Allah said that Muslims worship only Allah. He says, so some people worship Elvis, so they could be right because they only worship one. I just thought it was brilliant.
The Satanists who actually worship Satan only worship one God. They worship only Satan.
Mm-hmm.
So Satan is Allah. Great.
Real comment here from Timon. I doubt the ancient Israelites were genetically distinct from the surrounding tribes, and they wouldn't have been at first. But even if you're in the same geographic region, you start with the same genetic pool. If you're only breeding with people from your own society, there will be drift over time. It won't be that one becomes superior to another or something, but there will, just by random chance, become certain traits that are more dominant in that society. It's not like evolutionary selection thing. It's just random chance.
Yeah, there are very few possibilities as to Aaron's particular Y gene, for example, because of the Cohen groups. Now their shared ancestry. There was some adoption, perhaps some misattributed paternity once or twice in the entire history, but for the most part, you can trace the folks in those groups to very few male line ancestors, right? Yes. Elvis who is Ahad. Elvis is one. Yes, indeed. Elvis is one.
But Jesus was Mexican.
Yeah. Yep. Why not? Makes as much sense as anything else that people say. All these people who want to go, no, Jesus was the darkest that you can possibly get if you get a Middle Easterner who's super tanned. Like, folks are just getting really goofy about things, quite frankly. Very, very goofy. They're just obsessed with skin tone currently, and it's absurd. Anyway, there were no veils because there was no cloth clothing at this point. It was people wore skin clothing of various types. Now they sewed them and stuff, but they didn't weave cloth at the time that this. They had nets, they had ropes, but not full pieces of cloth that would be comfortable to wear. So that was a later development. So I just want to point out that just because it's made of rock doesn't mean that's related. So just like pyramidal architecture developed spontaneously in different contexts, so did what we call megalithic structures. They're not all linked. For a link, there has to be a common source. So it all started in this place, and then there has to be continuity, right? So like you can see the development of things outward from this one source. It doesn't just, oh, they had a standing rock over here, and then 3,000 years later, people who happen to be descended from them in a completely different part of the world also made a standing rock. Like these would be separate events, okay? There's no link between Göbekli Tepe and the megalithic culture that emerged in France thousands of years later, any more than between the Egyptian pyramids and the Mayan ones, okay, guys? So the Stonehenge is not related to anything that to Göbekli Tepe, and in fact, what we're going to talk about later, the South Arabian stone structures are not related to Göbekli Tepe either. It just seems kind of suggestive because it's stone and it's built and it's early, but you have to avoid making connections that aren't there, right? There's also no link between this megalithic culture and the Celts. So there's no link between Stonehenge and the Celts. Okay, Celts arrived after Stonehenge and appear to have done a few things with it later on. They did not create it. The Celts had nothing to do with its creation. They were not the culture of origin of this thing, right? So that's like thinking that Ottomans built the Parthenon just because they conquered Greece. It really is. And so what we call these modern, quote, druids, unquote, quote, who run around the Stonehenge thinking that they are honoring their Celtic ancestors is idiots. That's what we call them. They're idiots. Okay.
Is
No
that the
connection.
technical term?
Yes, that's the
there?
technical term. Yes. No druids at
Excellent.
Stonehenge. You're 2,000 years off. These people are idiots.
So I do have two quick comments here. First, a serious one that I really like from Jesus Spot. The only color about Jesus that matters is the color of his blood that he shed for you and me. Amen to that. And then a funny one here. We have a linguistic miracle from Baurutter. The connection between Elvis and rock.
Indeed.
Elvis was a rock star. We're talking about rocks. It's a linguistic miracle, people.
Right. Awesome. So what we see in Arabia appears to be a direct descendant of Mesolithic Arabian stone structures. What Mesolithic means is that somebody somewhere nearby had farming, but we're still hunting and gathering. That's what Mesolithic means. If you're in the Paleolithic, nobody around you has farming. If you're in the Neolithic, you're an early farmer who doesn't have metal. If you're Mesolithic, you're somewhere around you. There are people who are farming, but you're not yet. So whenever I was talking about Mesolithic Europeans, they're called Mesolithic because in the Fertile Crescent, we already had the farming started. So here there are folks running around hunting still, even though there are people who have herds and so on, and who farm, but they don't yet. And they built these structures that people eventually figured out what they were for, that they're called kites. And they realized that what they were, they funneled animals into killing containers. So you'd have huge migratory groups of antelopes coming by, and you would scare them all into running into this area, and you'd have high enough rock walls just stacked up that you could chase them into this area and get them into this small area without enormous amounts of effort, because people can't run all that fast. So you'd get them into this small area where you can kill them. Okay. And you'd have guide walls based upon the way the land was lying, and they would be different shapes, different sizes, but the entire point is to get something large, a large group of herds into a small area where you can kill them easily, not nearly so hard, right? And over time, these developed into something very, very different in the Neolithic. They no longer were functional. They still felt like those old shapes. You can see here how this is kind of like a remnant of a funnel with a little tail. And then you have the circle area that was like the cell that you used for killing the animals in, but it's not functional. It's also quite a bit smaller, and at the same time would often be grander. It would both be smaller and kind of a grander sort of structure, and less trying to just be functional, and it became a ceremonial site. So these, because they had no function, they appear to be entirely ritual. Here you can see that this tail part, that is kind of the remnant of the funnel, it's divided into areas. And these were either high altars, elevated altars, or they were possibly banqueting tables, and possibly both. And we find these same kind of tables associated with ritual sites, even in the Nabatean ruins, right? Which is Arabia Petraea, several thousand years later, that kind of thing. So we can't be really sure whether or not they're altars or feasting tables. And this one is called a pendant because of its shape, right? Now, what would you do with a place like this? What would it mentally be a continuation of? Well, it was connected to hunting originally. So if you wanted to have your herds blessed, now that you're a herder, or now that you've invaded and picked this up from the people who were there before that you've slightly intermixed with, but mostly slaughtered, then it would represent your herds being fruitful, your hunt being fruitful, all of these sorts of things. And so it would go from being a functional building to being a ritual building. And you notice how very convenient it's built for circumambulating. So you would come in here and you would circle around this multiple times, praying for your flocks or your hunt or both to be blessed. And then from that, extend this circle or extend this practice to other things. So there are other forms. There are keyhole pendants. And you notice how these look quite a bit more like, more recognizable as the cell slash funnel, right? The cell funnel that you have in the earlier ones. There are also the ones that are called gates that have decorated platforms. By 500 BC, you had bullseye cairns and an I-type gate over here. These are not associated with settlements. Remember that these kites, indeed, there is a helicopter. It's not an ancient helicopter. It is a very recent helicopter being used to take the picture. Worship the helicopter.
There's only one helicopter in that picture.
So therefore, we must worship it because it's a one. All right? Everything that's one is monotheistic now. But you can see the echoes of this earlier kite type that transferred into these ritual structures. And they were away from settlements because originally they were for trapping animals. So they weren't ever associated with settlements. And they became these sites that you visited to perform rituals. And it instituted the pilgrimage through the extension of these pre-farming, pre-herding sites becoming associated with farming and herding. So there's also, very interestingly, a lot of these that have long enclosures with two raised platforms on either end. Why are they long and skinny? Oh, maybe you ran between the two destinations, just like Safa and Marwa, which were absolutely a pagan history. Running back and forth between different things was something that all the pagans did. And these were almost certainly previously pagan gods that were represented on each of the hills and were honored by going back and forth. We see the same kind of structure that was set up for this type of worship in these entirely constructed sites. You also have the round bullseyes for circling. You also find some that sometimes have piles of stones, which may be thrown together. So maybe part of your ritual becoming to throw stones and add to a pile. And the platforms were for feasting or for altars for slaughter. Were not. I mean, it's just been so long that they haven't been able to find traces of blood to find out. And a lot of them appeared to have been originally had like mud that held them together and made them nice and flat. Now that mud is gone, and that's where the blood would be, or the food, or whatever. So you can't really tell.
I got a couple got a legitimate question and a couple comments. I'll only read this one because it's a continuation. Allah uses his helicopter every third part of the night to hear the Abdul's prayers. now the legitimate question here from Kanasindio. Did those guys do anything similar to the Amorites in the Promised Land? I mean, were they burning their babies and worshiping stones?
They were the word stone worship of a particular stone is not clear at this point, because if they did have a cool stone, somebody carted it off to other places to worship in a different place. We don't have early evidence of human sacrifice in this location, so I don't think that these folks were doing human sacrifice yet, but we are not. There's so little archaeology has been done in this area because the area has been so backward for so long compared to areas that fell under heavy colonial control and had lots and lots of digging and stuff because the colonial powers are very interested in history. So
so short answer, we're not entirely sure what the sites are for. So from Nur, you guys take 2 hours to say Kaaba is polytheistic place. Interesting. People should make points in concise way. Otherwise, people would appreciate the points that are made. Well, you seem to appreciate it enough. You've been here the entire time, and no one else is complaining. In fact, a lot of people are saying, thank you for all this in-depth information. We like to learn stuff. We're not just here to hear a polemical argument. We're here to actually learn. But to each their own. Lucent has a question here. Why are you bringing up random topics addressed to servant of Allah? And here's your answer.
That's what they call dawah.
And the random topic being brought up here. Thaddeus, have you read the Book of Mormon? It is as good as the Bible. I know plenty about the Book of Mormon. The Book of Mormon is ridiculous. It makes factual claims about history, which are not backed by archaeology, which are utter nonsense. The Bible
like the
doesn't
Quran,
do that.
right?
Yeah.
Like the Quran, just like it. So,
I mean, maybe like from a pure storytelling, that's subjective. Maybe you could say that. But as far as like a source of truth,
the
Bible stands alone on that.
So if you go to the Book of Mormon, just like the Quran, it was revised multiple times during the life of the prophet. If you go to the Book of Mormon, just like the Quran, it talks about things out of place and out of time and out of sequence in ways that make no sense. It invents new alternative histories that contradict what we find in the Bible. So yes, it's very similar to the Quran in a number of ways, but it is much more coherent. It actually, you can make sense of it, unlike the Quran without external materials. So,
and I'm going to take this super chat that just came in since it's directly related to what was just said from SG.
Wasting your time on social media is one of the best deeds a Muslim can do. There's a huge need for it. You know this and I know this. So that makes the reward even greater. So give generously and Allah Azza wa Jal will give you even more.
So wasting your time on social media is one of the best deeds a Muslim can do. And we have some Muslims doing one of the best deeds they can do here today, clearly wasting their time on stuff they're not really interested in. Anyway, the question here, isn't it's the third part of the night somewhere in the world all the time? Indeed it is.
That's
but that's one of the miracles. Yeah, that's one of the miracles of Allah, right? He descends from his throne during the third part of the night so that he can actually hear prayers. And he apparently stays descended because it's always the third part of the night.
Okay, so we're going to jump way ahead in history to something that is connected, but you can see kind of the continuity. These are Saphaitic cairns and their inscriptions, and this is in the very, very like 1st century BC through 3rd century AD. So we have jumped forward way in time, but these are connected in Same time, same place, same people doing things that are similar in different forms. And there are different types for these cairns. Their different shapes have different names. So you have a pyramidal shape that's just sort of piled. Then you have one, you have some found in a flat area rather than on the heights. You have some that are round and done with courses of stones and they're hollow inside. And then you have some that are more square or pentagonal and so on. And these are in Jordan for the most part. The Hara is the basalt plain here. So all of these stones, you can see in the background of some of the pictures how it's brown up there, just with all of these stones lying about. And people would write on them and then build these things as well. You can see, oh, this one doesn't have the pictures, but in this area, almost every single height that was near a wadi, they're usually associated with wadis, has one of these cairns on it with a grave. And look at the shape of these guys. It's the same shapes being repeated. They're being repeated for in a different context, but the fundamental connection with, and this, now you have a person buried in what used to be the killing cell a very long time ago, but it shows this kind of continuity. Even though the context was lost over the many, many centuries, you still have the circle where the person's body was put, right? So the inscriptions were often used by a single lineage over a period of generations. Here's a quote from Understanding Saphaitic Inscription in their topographical context. It says, it remains very important for families to bury their loved ones on hilltops and other high places so the graves are easily recognizable by visitors or relatives who return to the site. One example came from the poet Malik, son of al-Raib, early 8th century AD. And by the way, yes, this continued to survive after Islam for quite a while, when in his most famous poem, Mar-Ayat Malik bin Raib, he asked his friends to bury him on a high place so that anyone passing by could see his grave. This is surely why almost every hilltop in the Hara is surmounted by a cairn. So here's a question. Is the Kaaba unique? Well, in reality, there are masajid all over Arabia, just like that one of where the Kaaba was. The Masjid al-Haram is no different from many others. It was an open-air haram district that had an extra sacred enclosure with a central object for circling. These the Muslim sources that say that there were between 21 and 28 Kaabas that they even recorded, surviving records of being talked about by early folks at the time of Muhammad, right? So there were tons of these. Tawaf, which is the circumambulation, prostration, and all of these things, they are how people interacted with these. Totally normal way of interacting with them. It is no different in the forms of worship, no different in its shape, no different in its rules, no different in any way than any of these others. If you had looked at 50 of them, there is nothing that would distinguish it from any pagan site. You could not tell the difference. If you said, hey, I'll give you $1,000 to tell me which one of these is the site of Allah, the one God, no one could win this except by, sheer chance, because they are identical with no distinguishing feature that makes this any different from any of the rest. Now, here's a question. Is that a problem? Is it a problem that they're all identical? Well, it's not a problem if all of these sites are imitating the Kaaba. If the Kaaba were the first and all these sites imitated. However, remember, what all these come from? They actually come from these Mesolithic killing kites. They don't come from imitating the Kaaba. The Hijaz anywhere near Mecca doesn't show any signs of human activity at this time, except like passing herds, right? People herded things through here. That's it. Nobody's living here. Nobody's even building these things in the Hijaz, because it just didn't have much water. They were in places that had a bit more water, a bit more rain, even to do these other things, right? Even the Islamic sources say that the Kaaba had been lifted up to heaven after the flood, or at least the stone had, and it wouldn't return until the time of Abraham, which at the very earliest, if you're taking the longest view, right, that's 2125 BC, right? 2,125. Sorry, non-native English speakers. There is no Kaaba to imitate at this time, and there hasn't been for many generations. Remember that this is supposed to be, this is happening in AD, or excuse me, in 6,000 BC through 3,000 BC, right? Even if you compress this time, no memory of this. Nobody has any idea. Does not exist. There's no habit. This habit develops from these kites rather than coming from something else, a memory of something being transported onto these other objects. So this is why chronology matters so much. What comes first, when it comes, and what kinds of spans are we talking about things taking, right?
So quick pause here. First, a good point from Balrudder. Since Muhammad's pagan father worshipped at the pagan Kaaba, Mary's point is made. Seems that before Muhammad came, no one could tell that this particular building was any different than any other structure around. So very interesting. And Freebird, who just entered the chat, hasn't said anything the entire time, says, it feels like I'm watching a conspiracy theory, getting something from here and from there, seeing 1 + 1 and making it 11. So, Freebird, we're not fooled. You haven't been here. You haven't watched anything. You just had a pre-prepared line and you came in and you gave it when you arrived. Nina says, what are you wheezing at? Probably reading Freebird's comment. Don't know for sure. But that's probably what I was laughing at. Okay, so Freebird, if you did not just enter the chat, then tell me what you're talking about. Tell me how this is a conspiracy theory. Be specific. I want you to give me 2 specific things that were supposedly taken from something from here and something from there and put together to make 11. If you can't do that, then I will know you are a liar, just like your prophet. Welcome back, Mary.
Breakfast Gun asks whether or not the Islamic sources say that the Kaaba was lifted to heaven and Abraham built it. Yes, indeed. They say both. I don't know why it could not just be merely set down again. And in some, it's very clear that it was destroyed by Noah's flood, supposedly. But then in others, it's lifted to heaven. So it's somehow both destroyed and lifted to heaven. And but it was also built by Adam, and also it was he was told to go to where it already was. So this kind of conflict in sources is not new. So goodness. So yes, they do have that conflicting idea. And
I'm still waiting for an answer from Freebird. I expect he'll give me a specific example. So
to make a point, monotheistic buildings that are supposed to be associated with the supposed same God that Islam worships, the God of Abraham, are extremely distinct in specific ways. For example, from the Kaaba and anything of the South Arabian circumambulation tradition, and also from other buildings of that time. So, for example, every other ancient temple had an idol in it, whether it was a carved idol or an uncarved idol. Whereas, like a beetle, and we'll talk about those in a bit, or Betel, which is Beth-El, which was like a stone that they believe the gods inhabited. We'll get to those later. But all of these had some cultic object to which you directed your worship. And the only one that did not was the temple in Jerusalem. And that's the bottom picture here is a picture of an artist's conception of what the interior of Solomon's temple looked like. And remember, there's the mercy seat, which was empty. Yes, the Kaaba died and was resurrected. Nice, Marian. So the empty mercy seat, and that was a striking difference from any other temple, right? And then you find up here is a picture of a basilica, and the basilica actually came from a combination of things done in synagogues already and also government buildings in the context of the Roman world, because the Christians didn't want to even have the appearance of temples. And so they imitated government buildings, and very, very, very few temples were converted to religious use by Christians. The vast majority were completely new buildings built after the lines of governmental buildings, because they wanted to avoid confusion between things that are pagan and things that are not. Whereas the Kaaba, and look at the difference in scale too. Look at the difference in scale between what the Kaaba has, and this is a rebuilt Kaaba that was much, much, much taller than the original one. Its left and right dimensions are the same, right? That its foundation is the same, but the height is enormously larger than it used to be, right? But just look how much it's like every other and primitive enclosure that people circle around, and not at all like doesn't have any of the monotheistic distinctives that you will find in Christian or Jewish traditions. Also, note that the temple of the Jews, God doesn't say, I want you to build something totally unlike anything in your culture at all, period. No, he said there are specific ways in which it will be different from what the people around you are doing. It's going to be different in these ways for specific reasons, right? Whereas the Kaaba is supposed to be the original. So whenever we see that it comes from this development of these stone kites in the Mesolithic that become these Neolithic stone enclosure sites, and it's just like tons of other ones that were bopping around in this area at this time, then you don't have any sort of, like, how is this not just another pagan place? There's no way in which it is different. There's no distinctive. And it's supposed to be the original whenever it's clearly a derivative. The original is the stone kites. It's not the Kaaba, any Kaaba, right?
So we do have a question-ish from Kenneth here. What credible institution did Mary get her scholarship on this topic from?
I got it from many different publications, archaeological publications. This is not mind-blowing stuff, folks.
So
this
the
fairly
way
standard. I quote stuff that has particular phrases that I want. If people word things in a particular way, then I will quote the source. If it's so well known and generic, you don't quote sources. That's like going, oh, the dictionary says such and such. You don't quote encyclopedias. You don't quote dictionaries. This is basic standard academic research on these topics. Okay, this is not. Yes, Kaaba is a cow pen with a water source in a way. But remember that at this time, by this point, it has become mentally disassociated. There was a mental disassociation between the original point of it being these kites being captured, places to capture migrating animals, and the sacred space that developed out of this. They're no longer capturing animals in it and killing them there, but they are places of sacrifice of animals. So you do still have the deaths of animals in these same places. So there's a connection, but remember that one came from another. They were not occurring simultaneously. They weren't circling bullseye cairns at the exact same time that they were chasing migrating herds of antelope into pens to kill them. One came from the other, right?
So two quick comments from the Muslims here. Servant of Allah says she got it from Totally Real University. And Freebird says, and Freebird has been timed out since they couldn't answer my challenge. I said if their next comment wasn't either an answer or a admission that they just made up an empty line, they'd be timed out. But before they left, they said, from Imam Google, peace be upon him. So since you guys are so into sources and so into scholarship, next time we'll put source on every slide just for you guys. But the standard practice in academic writing is that you only source something if it's a unique claim. If it belongs to an individual, then you credit them for it. If it's just a consensus view of many scholars, you don't have to quote a particular scholar on it. You don't have to cite a specific source.
It'd be weird. Like who do you credit consensus to? Right? Very odd.
Well, yeah. So we'll next time we'll put Encyclopedia Britannica or whatever on the slides just for you guys, so that you can't claim that we're getting this from totally real university, even though that is what people in the Islamic world do. And then
It's on their website. Don't go like this. It's on their website.
after they just made up some total nonsense, they say it's on their website, it's on the Vatican website. I mean, are you actually going to go look at the sources, even if there were sources on the slide? Of course you wouldn't. You don't care. You're just dismissing it because you don't like that it's coming from a Christian.
Yep. So anyway, here are kind of the ancient language families that you would find, that we would eventually find in these areas. The map is not directly related, but it kind of lets you see where they are. So Sumerian, it is a language isolate. Guess what? I didn't source that because that's something that is basic knowledge, children. It's an agglutinative language, so different pieces of it. It has a completely different structure, everything else. There are words borrowed from Sumerian into the neighboring languages, but it is entirely distinct. Elamite is considered entirely distinct. You also have this, I'm just calling them the Caucasian language families, because there are seemingly entirely unrelated, multiple unrelated. It's very, very fraught. I'm not getting in the middle of a linguistic argument about how some of them are related and others are not, right? Not doing that. But
Yeah,
multiple language families popping around up here. And then we have the Afroasiatic that we already talked about, which were from these folks in this area here, who actually more like this area here, whenever and it came from what the people were speaking at the time that this Circum-Arabian group started, right? And then from those, we had different groups. We have different subgroups. The African languages are often a group by themselves. And then you have the Semitic languages, which you can divide into East Semitic and Northwest Semitic. Even at this time here, and 2600 BC, if you see over here, it looks like Kish, but it's actually Kish. It has a little thingy over the S, right? Kish was inhabited by Akkadian speakers as far back as we know. So these are already areas, Zimber, Mari, Turka, these are all areas that are Semitic speakers. Okay, they are not. And then the Ninevite culture, we don't really, they are probably also already at this time. It was kind of conquered later by some Semites, but they may already be Semitic speakers at this time too, from this East Semitic branch. Okay, then as you get farther over here, go farther from Mari, you start getting into the more Western and Northwest Semitic languages. Okay, and you'll have continuing wave after wave after wave of these Semites who are coming into Sumer over several hundred years apart. Okay, so they're bringing whatever newer language they speak in there. And part of this reason is that cities historically were not places where populations grew very well, because they had such high rates of disease. And whenever you're in an urban environment, kids are more of a liability. You tend to marry later, you have fewer kids. And so once you become super urbanized, a lot of times that is kind of, unless you're continually getting folks from the countryside nearby into your area, you'll probably eventually be taken over by other folks who aren't urbanized. Interesting implications for modern culture. So that's kind of what's happening here and what you'll learn about later. But go ahead.
Yep. So the praised one says, I don't understand. Are you criticizing Muslims or Islam? No, we aren't, right? What we're doing here is we're getting background information to understand the origins of Islam. We are not, at the moment, criticizing Islam in any way. We're just here to learn some good consensus history. And I hope that shouldn't, well, I won't say I hope, that shouldn't offend you, right? That shouldn't offend you, that we're just here to learn some history at the moment. As Awaken Humanity says, very informative stream. Thank you, Reasoned Answers and Mary. Thank you for watching.
So I already talked about the Indo-European folks, that a lot of European, like all the almost all European languages and cultures kind of come from this Indo-European group. Well, they will kind of arrive out in the boonies east of Elam in about 1700 BC as the Indo-Iranians, and then will continuously influence folks after that. So the Persians, the actual groups that are actually Persian, are from this Indo-Iranian group, okay? We also have very early on settlement in Anatolia over here. Remember, Anatolia is the thumb, and I think I'm using my thumb correctly, so it'll show up for you guys correctly. The thumb of the Middle East is Anatolia. Turkey is what it is now, right? And they were already settled in some Indo-Europeans were already settled here and had distinct Indo-European languages there that they would later take over the city of Hattusa and adopt the name of the Hattusans who were already there. So the Hittites with Indo-European names kind of swiped the name of the group that had been before, and they're kind of a mixed culture. So it's a little bit confusing because whenever the Bible says Hittite, it means folks related to Hattusa, whether or not they are, and the Indo-Europeans who came in, or they're the pre-Indo-European Hattusan people. It makes no distinction because they didn't really make a distinction. They consider themselves like, well, we have Hattusa, we're the Hittites, right? So language, identity, and even genetics do not always coincide with cultures. Just like, if you can be from different continents and consider yourself an American, and you are an American, and the fact that you're not from a particular continent, whichever one you want to make that one be, doesn't affect the fact that your identity is American, right? So there's also the Tyrcenian or Pelasgian. Goodness, I have never said that word aloud. I've just read it thousands and thousands of times, so I have no idea whether or not I'm saying it right. Anyway, these are the folks that were the pre-Hellenic Greeks. So the Proto-Greek culture before Indo-Europeans came were probably all speaking the same language. It was probably related to Etruscan. This is not yet consensus, but the evidence for this is enormous. The island of Lemnos and has writing that is very closely related to Etruscan. I don't know whether or not that includes the Minoans or doesn't for sure, but certainly a lot of those areas there have had this identity that was related to the Etruscans. So that would be like even Troy and so on are probably these folks. But their language will have pretty much no effect on the folks here, and their culture won't have much of an effect. So we get a lot of culture from Sumer that penetrates into the Semitic languages, and then the penetration of those things tends to go from there into the Caucasian languages and Caucasian cultures. And then our other big influence as we get later in history is going to be the Semites themselves, and then the Indo-Europeans are going to be our big main history or cultural and linguistic influences in this region as we move into the period when identifiable Arabs emerge. Okay.
So before you go on, I did have two legitimate questions. Bowrudder says, do you know anything about the people who spoke Tocharian A and B? I assume that's, well, I don't know if that's the same as linear A and B. Is it?
No, it's
no,
the
it's different.
Tocharians are out in they're out in the desert, and they were for a long time the consensus was that they were Indo-Europeans. And there's something, I haven't looked into it, but there's something in the last 5 years that's popped up that makes some people go, well, I believe that it's that they may not necessarily be as Indo-European as we thought. But if you know the blonde and redheaded mummies out in the desert are kind of that were in China that were really famous are related to that. So I didn't include their expansion because I didn't go back in and read all the most recent research on it, because they finally genetically they've sequenced the mummies now, and they found something weird, and I can't remember what it is, and I didn't go back and look. So I don't remember what it is.
So the other legitimate question here, did you plug a shout out to a documentary? So he thought that you might have said that, but he wasn't sure.
No, I haven't. So someone else asked, what history class can we find this information matching with? Well, you'll have to take a number of different classes, and this is a portion of like 5 or 6 different classes. So if you look at the molecular genealogy materials, and that those are mostly showing up in anthropology rather than history. So there's that. There's some of the new, a lot of this is the molecular biology stuff, right? So, and I'm putting it in context with stuff archaeologists have been doing for a long time and stuff historians have been doing for a long time. There aren't as many people who are working in the spaces to integrate these things as there really should be. And that's one thing that's really held back research on the emergence of the Arabs and early Arab identities, because you have these different disciplines that often sit alone by themselves. So they're these people who are looking at the inscriptions, and these people who are looking at the Greeks and what they said, and then these people over here who are looking at the genetics that they've sequenced, and these people here who are digging up the buildings, and they don't talk to each other as much as they really would be really helpful, because really when you don't have much history, these other things become much more important. Okay. So
a couple quick comments from the audience. These ones you don't necessarily have to respond to. John says the names of tribes and people in the Bible are super fascinating when you start to connect the dots. Truly amazing. I would agree.
We will actually do that later on.
Sentiment. Excellent, yeah. Excellent. Then a couple comments. I'm not 100% sure this is in reference to us, but it probably was. They are so white. And Trinity Matrix says, this is very dense. I need to dig into this tomorrow to digest it thoroughly. Well, that's what the replay's for. And Nina caught me. She says, I know Thaddeus was laughing at Lorenzo, and she was correct, because remember Lorenzo's first comment, right? That you guys are obsessed with distraction
this man
from
is such a moron. He thinks that Gothic means pagan. Lorenzo, sweetheart, whatever your mother was taking while she was pregnant with you, it was bad. Mother should not do that. So Gothic is not a term of paganism. Gothic means the Germanic peoples, and they were long-time Christian by the time anything like Gothic architecture occurred, because while they were pagan, guess what? They didn't shape stone at all. They didn't have any stone buildings. Like, they would stack rocks and make walls, and maybe they would, perhaps maybe somewhere we'll be able to find a cottage that some folks made who were Proto-Germanic folks, right? They didn't use shaped rock at all. All shaped stone was in the Christian era. They were all Christian, and they were native Christian developments and Christian creativity, which you wouldn't know anything about. So,
my apologies. I was laughing at Lorenzo's new comment, but before I get to that, I did actually have a point before Mary couldn't help herself but make fun of Lorenzo, which well deserved. But his first comment was, you guys are constantly trying to distract from Christianity, blah, blah, blah. And I comment that he's constantly trying to distract from Islam. And what does he do? He goes away for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, comes back, leaves his hit and run comment every single time, trying to distract from the topic, trying to make it about Christianity. Very, very interesting psychological projection going on. But here's his new one. Here's his new one that I was laughing hysterically at. Is there connection? Is there a reason why Pipe George instructed his priests not to ridicule pagan rituals and practices because they are close to Christianity, to Christian rituals?
Such a
no is the answer. That is just a fantasy of your mind, has nothing to do with actual history. So I just have one comment for you.
So die in your rage.
Very suitable. All right. So I'm going to use this kind of diagram to help bring us a quick history from the age of Sumer, whenever writing developed before 2600 BC or 2600. Sorry, I know people aren't native speakers and 2600 confuses people, but before 2600 BC, that writing had developed before then did not become very common until about that time. Okay. So we're kind of going to start there with this previous picture that we had of where cultures were. Now, keep in mind that just because folks aren't being colored doesn't mean that there weren't people here. There were people in all these places. There weren't people like down here in this empty area in Arabia, but all throughout this, there were people in huge amounts of these areas that just, they don't get named, they don't get put in your books. They want to simplify the maps, but it makes kind of a deceptive idea that these areas were empty when they really weren't, and that they didn't have, and even doesn't even show towns and things when there were towns. This shows just a few of the towns and cities that were in existence then, right? So remember, there are two big branches, East Semitic and West Semitic. That East Semitic was already being spoken in Kish, which was kind of in that in Sumer, and what we properly think of as Sumeria. They were already speaking East Semitic languages that would later be documented as Akkadian. Okay. Yes, they are very white mummies, and they do have the depigmentation genes. The question is, then they have Western. They don't have Han depigmentation. They have depigmentation genes that properly belong to Europe and the Middle East. So that is correct. The mummies of the Tocharian mummies are there, but they recently sequenced them and found some interesting DNA that was not expected. And I forgot what it is. I'll check it at some point. But yes,
Balrudder says mummies wear tidy whities.
Thank you for the input there. All right. So, this is while the central or Circum-Arabian nomadic pastoral complex herders arrived before settled farming came to Yemen around 3200 BC. This is early Bronze Age 3 West Semitic culture arrives in around 2500 BC, and that erases whatever languages were there before. So the Afro-Asiatic precursors kind of get another wave of people, and a more recent language replaces them. Okay. So that's what's happening over there in Yemen, in those areas, right? Remember that East Semitic is already spoken in Kish by 2600 BC. Sargon of Akkad, remember, you guys probably had him in all your grade school. His self-promotion worked really well, because we think of him as the first empire builder. And there was actually a Sumerian king, like two Sumerian kings, who had land at least as large very briefly, but his propaganda was way better, because people even then remembered him much better for a longer period of time. And we remember him now as the first great empire builder, right? Great propagandist here. He switches the official language to Akkadian, which becomes a dominant language from Sumerian. And so that kind of changes how cuneiform is even used. The Gutians then later take over after he dies a short while. The Gutians are from the hills to the north. They're from the mountains right up there, the Zagros Mountains. The Proto-Hittites are already in Anatolia at this point. That's our Indo-Europeans, for those keeping track. And so that is the image of bringing it to 2200 BC, right? And we find that the Amorites, people are asking about the Amorites, these are West Semitic folks, okay? They overwhelmed the Neo-Sumerians. So after the Gutians, Sumer rose again. You had the third dynasty of Ur, it's often called, right? And it's got the famous burial with the queen, with the funky gold head thing and human sacrifice and all of that. All of that was at this time. Well, they get overwhelmed around 2000 BC after this very brief renaissance. And Sumerians are pretty much never heard from again, and the language dies really quickly. It may actually already be dead and only be used like for formal court uses at this time, right? And these Amorites are Westerners. In fact, Amorite means like Westerner, these Western nomads were Semitic speakers coming in and taking over. This is part of these waves of these unsettled people who outbreed the settled people coming in, right? So what's the comment? Oh, Mary knew more in grade school than I did today. You would be horrified at the things that I read in grade school and wonder if something was wrong with me. Many teachers did.
But we do have some insight here from Saeed. The Kaaba is a spaceship.
Sounds great, because it was lifted up for the flood and maybe brought back down, maybe rebuilt, right?
That might be what he's referring to. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is. So, so then we have Hammurabi. Everybody knows Hammurabi's Code, right? By the way, Hammurabi's Code is a Bronze Age legal code that continues in form into the early Iron Age, which is similar to the Law of Moses in many respects. The purpose of and there were previous law codes. He's also really good at self-promotion, because there were previous law codes before Hammurabi's famous one, right? The purpose of these law codes was to show the good relationship between the king and the gods, because the gods represent justice, right? And the king represents perfect justice in these law codes, but the king and his representatives can have the role of intercessors and lessen punishment from absolute justice without mercy, which is what is shown in the law codes, and the punishments that were actually given, which are shown in records of law courts. So, just like now, you can say, hey, this can be punished up to the death penalty, but you give someone less than a death penalty because of various circumstances, etc., even though they've killed someone, but you don't give them a death penalty. Why? What is that? What is happening here? Well, what's happening is that the position of the ruler as intercessor brings mercy, but you must have the understanding of justice. And you get a lot of confusion in the Islamic sources whenever they're like, oh, Muhammad's like, why don't you stone the adulterers? Well, adultery was considered a death penalty because what you're doing is you're cutting off someone's progeny, right? So their line is being cut off. It's being hidden, destroyed, everything else, so that they don't have their own children after them, and that's a form of killing a person. That's why it was considered a death penalty offense. But if you look in the same law of Moses, there are all sorts of other things about divorcing your wife if she is committing adultery. Why would you divorce a wife if she's committing adultery in the law of Moses if she is being stoned to death? That's because even though the perfectly the justice without mercy might have death penalty as the appropriate response for this offense, in the with the judges who function as God's representatives, they are able to bring mercy to people, right? By having a different and lesser penalty, even though you can say that that the full extent, every inch of the law is not being applied. Well, what are their purposes? And in the same way, Christ came to bring the mercy of God. So this is using something that's understood in the culture as a prefiguration of what Christ would finally do. That's why it exists in. And one of the ways that you know that Muhammad is not any proper prophet is that Muhammad doesn't understand what the law of Moses was and what was for and why these different things existed. Instead said, haha, you aren't really following the law of Moses because you aren't killing people, right? So, because he just doesn't understand it because he's in a different culture and different cultural context. Okay, and about the same time.
Random comment here, but yes. had a very funny thought, or probably not actually funny, but funny in my mind anyway. So Rose randomly says, speaking of scholarship, loans are due back starting October. So this is great news, everyone. Everyone who gave Allah a loan, he's going to be repaying you starting in October. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. You're getting your money back in October for all those loans you've given to Allah.
Nice.
All right, I'm done.
All right. So our Indo-Iranians, remember these guys are Indo-Europeans, right? They show up way in the east about this time and will eventually interact with our folks here. We have early traces of them, kind of small groups going across the northern part and mixing with our Caucasian language folks and things, and even appearing a little bit in the Levant. But they're such small groups that we don't really need to talk about them, right? So now we're at this point. This is the realms of the ancient Near East, the major power. This is just the major powers. There are other people around here, all kinds of other people. We don't even know the boundaries. These Luwians are early Anatolian Indo-European speakers, right? And the Hattians at this time are, I don't know whether or not they are yet 1800. I think that they are not yet taken over by groups related to the Luwians and become Indo-European speakers whenever that happens. The Hittites are kind of like over here, might not have taken over Hattusa yet. But I may be wrong on that one. But anyway, Ashur is another group that is coming out of Akkadian, and it's kind of developing on its own out here, not really interfering much yet, about to, with the main power, which is centered around Babylon, which contains the center of that used to be Sumer over that entire region with their East Semitic dialect. Elam's over here doing its own thing, constantly fighting with Babylon, just like it fought with Sumer, but rarely goes much farther west than that. Yabhad is a Western Semitic speaking group. Qatna is a Western speaking Semitic group. Mari is Eastern, but kind of in between the two, speaking wise. It's more like the Ebla dialect. So you can see these various folks. And of course, we're already at the Middle Kingdom. The pyramids were long built. The pyramids were built during the time of the very first map that we had, actually. So probably, according to best scholarship currently, Abraham was during the time of Hammurabi, and Aramphel is linguistically Hammurabi. I know they seem like really different words, but they're actually linguistically the same word. The P and the B are interchangeable in writing at this time. So Abraham leaves Haran, enters Canaan and the land of Hammurabi, most likely, almost certainly. The that they're talking about, Kassadim, is not the of 3 Sumer, but rather is slightly to the farther north of Haran. Just like means city, so lots of places are called and the Chaldeans at that time lived there. So they would later live in Sumer, but right now they live over here, up in the northern part of Mesopotamia, the upper reaches of Mesopotamia. So somewhat after this, the Hebrews end up in Egypt with Joseph, right? And during this period while they're gone, Ammon, Moab, and Edom are all founded. Again, biblical account, they're from Abraham. They speak similar languages. They have certain similarities, right? So our Hittites take Hattusa at that time, and the height of the Hittite Empire follows around that time, and the New Kingdom of Egypt comes in around 1550 BC. So here is a picture of that. The New Kingdom of Egypt is Egypt's greatest power and includes Egypt as an empire that goes all the way into the Levant, right, and takes over most of it. This is really important to understand because we think of Egypt now as being centered on the Nile. We don't think of the Kingdom of Egypt being this superpower that went into the Near East. But at this time, it really was. And so we need to keep that in mind whenever we talk about who they were and what they were doing. And in context of leaving Egypt, well, that happened shortly after the collapse of this empire, and it kind of fell into disarray, right? So in the book of Judges, we find that the Midian, the Amalekites, and the people east came up against Israel. They wore camels and rode crescents. And here are some verses that talk about this. So Gideon rose and killed Zebah and Zalmunna, and he took the crescent ornaments that were on the necks of the camels. And Gideon said to them, "Let me make a request of you. Every one of you give me earrings from his spoil," for they had golden earrings because they were Ishmaelites. And the way the golden earrings was 1,700 shekels of gold, beside the crescent ornaments and the pendants and the purple garments worn by the kings of Midian, and besides the collars that were around the necks of their camels. So we have our crescent moons on camels at this time that appear in the following period after the folks come out of Israel. I should have had this on the very next slide after this, not in between, because it actually happens. This happens after, in the 11th century BC, most likely.
So Houston says crescent. So Islam is in the Bible.
Indeed.
Not only a crescent,
yep,
but a camel too.
Mm-hmm.
It's a double clue. This is all about Islam.
So this is how. Well, this is very. The camel and the crescent are identifying markers of this culture to the folks in the Levant at this time, to the Israelites, right? And well, they didn't say Ishmaelites. It said that they were Ishmaelites here, but it also says that they are Midian, Amalekites, and people of the east. So Ishmaelites are kind of a bit of a slur, honestly, because Ishmael was told that he would always be in the against his hand against everyone, their hand against him, right? So by calling them Ishmaelites, that's to remind you of their hostility towards everyone and their violence. So remember, these folks all intermarried. Their personal distinctions were genetically, they were all mixed up. Identity did not always follow genetics. And so the term Midian and Ishmaelite are often used interchangeably to talk about these sorts of people. But Ishmaelite is kind of a slur, really, to say, hey, look, remember, this is the one that God said would be powerful only at the expense of everyone else and be violent and awful. So the Assyrian Empire then dominates Mesopotamia from 1300 to 1200 BC. So they were able to do this. Yep. So you see them grow out, push out, take over many of the independent city-states that kind of had their own small kingdoms, come up against the Hittite Empire and Kassite Babylon, because at this time, Babylon had fallen to Kassite marauders. Wasn't ruled by the same folks as Hammurabi's descendants, right? And then we have this new kingdom, and we see that it's already shrinking down. And honestly, in terms of actual power, it was much less. They were nominally had some sort of authority out here, but really, even west of the Brook of Egypt, which is like over here by Gaza, and this area, they had no real actual power at this time because they were so weak. So the Hebrews leave Egypt probably around 1250 BC. The language at this time, you could properly just call it Canaanite. They were living among a bunch of folks who were from the Levant. They were from the Levant. Their language was not terribly distinguished from those folks because they're all speaking the same thing. It became distinct over time later on. In the south, and now over here, this Ethiopic languages, modern South Arabian language, old South Arabian languages, these are all folks living together at this time. So At this time, Old South Arabian either becomes from or is heavily influenced by arrivals from the Levant. So it's possible that as the Hyksos kind of left earlier, and it may be, yeah, here we go. The Hyksos left before the Hebrews, and it may be that the Hebrews coming out kind of pushed the Hyksos down to the south some more. But we're not 100% sure about exactly how Old South Arabian suddenly gets a stronger influx from this group, and also the precursors of Ethiopic languages also does. Modern South Arabian languages are surviving languages out of Oman, right? Oman, that's way to the east, but the Yemen area is Old South Arabian languages is established or influenced at this time, right? So this is all during the period of the Bronze Age collapse, right? So the Sea Peoples, probably the Mycenaeans, which are the early Greeks, the Hellenic peoples that we think of as proper Greeks, they're invading everywhere. The Philistine aristocracy gets switched out for them. Even though the culture remains the same, there's new genetics in the aristocracy. There's a battle of Troy that the Mycenaeans are attacking the people that are already there. Ugarit falls to these Sea Peoples. Hittite empire is destroyed, falls, and it dissolves into all these small states, which we don't care about. And around this time, the Greek city-states are founded in Anatolia by these Mycenaeans as part of the Sea Peoples in the Bronze Age collapse. There have been various revisionist attempts to make the Sea People someone other than the Greeks, but they're really the weight of scholarship. Even though it's really cool to like upend existing scholarship, the weight of the evidence really is on them being Greeks. So around 1210 BC, Israel was established under judges, and then following that, the monarchy, the kingdom being divided around 930 BC. So a lot of things that happened in the judges were running concurrently, not one after another, in different regions of Israel. So you'll find certain areas that are about this region, certain areas about this other region in there. So now
good news, Lorenz
Yep.
is back. And although it has nothing to do with
goody.
anything you've said in the last 15 minutes, he says, really? The point is their origins were fully pagan. What the architecture was is irrelevant. The Arabs began as pagans. They became Muslim.
Thank you for agreeing that the Kaaba is entirely pagan. Excellent.
Mm-hmm. It's very, the architecture of the Kaaba is pagan. We agree with that. Mm-hmm. But it's very funny, right? Because his previous comment was, the Gothic churches are pagan because they have the word Gothic in it, and I don't know what that word means. It sounds pagan. Now he's saying the architecture doesn't determine something. The Arab people were pagan. Everyone knows that. And then they built the Kaaba, and then millions of years later, Muhammad came along and declared that it wasn't pagan anymore. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, pretty much. So here's kind of like after the big fall, here is the situation. This one leaves out the power of this one leaves out the budding Jewish state completely, which it shouldn't. The Philistines were not in Jerusalem. That was an unrelated group or very distantly related group. So there's some funky stuff going on here, but still overall, it's a pretty good picture. Now, Phoenicians, our buddy, the Phoenicians are the same as Sidon and Byblos and Tyre, right? And so they're called the Phoenicians by the Romans. So a lot of times we call them Phoenicians. They're called the folks of Lebanon and various other things in the Bible. They have a different name, but Phoenicians is fine. They're a Canaanite group because they're from Canaan and speak a related language, right? So at the Aramaeans are also an expansion or a distinct group of West Semitic speakers. For some reason, they left out everybody because Edom was a semi-power now. Moab and Ammon were actually established by this point. There's pretty clear evidence that they were established as polities that are identifiable, but they left them out.
The breakfast gun has a very difficult question for us. Is there any argument that Lorenzo makes that doesn't shut itself down?
No.
Well, let's see. Lorenzo has something else to say. Roman architecture, Greek architecture, who were full-blown pagans, are now Christian. The nature of architecture is irrelevant, even though Christianity is a petal of the pagan rose.
No, it's completely relevant if you're saying that the Kaaba was built by Abraham as a monotheistic building. No, it's pagan. It is as pagan as it can be.
I was going to say he made a valid point for once, that Roman architecture has nothing to do with whether Christianity is pagan or not, but it doesn't work for his building.
It doesn't. It doesn't work for his building at all.
If the Kaaba is pagan, then it wasn't built by Abraham.
I like how he spells petal too. That's cute. So yeah, and there is a reason that the Greek and Roman styles were taken from public buildings, not religious buildings, so that you don't imitate the pagan shrines, folks. So anyway, now we have, and about the same time, the Proto-Arab dromedary trade routes were established. So we find references to camels before this point, but during Abraham's time, it's quite possible and maybe even likely that these are not dromedary camels, but are Bactrian camels that are meant. And they kind of disappear as things get drier and less pleasant for them. And then the dromedary camels come up, and the dromedary trade routes really are only established about 1200 BC, right? So it'll take several hundred more years before dromedaries become established in North Africa. As like, and adopted by people there. The Bactrian camels never continued on because they were not really suited for that weather and didn't do well. So then we find another group of Northwest Semites sweep into Babylonia. That's the Aramaeans that we talked about, and the Sutians, who's a small group, right? And then about 100 years later, we get another group of these folks who are less urban and so have more kids who sweep in, the Chaldeans. And the Chaldeans sweep into what's called the Sealand kingdom, the kingdom of Sealand. There's a first Sealand kingdom, second Sealand kingdom. That's like the marshy bottom part is where they're based out of. Okay. And it isn't till then that the Chaldeans actually completely lose their identity back in where it used to be Chaldea up north of Haran, that area. Like, it's no longer Chaldea. It becomes entirely just the Sealand area is now called Chaldea because they kind of get absorbed into the Aramaeans that are left there in that area. But this is the reason why Aramaic became the standard language. There were so many Aramaeans who overtook such a large portion of the entire area here, that the language, the common language that regular people used, even when they weren't themselves directly descended from these folks, turned into being Aramaic. And so tons of people were speaking Aramaic at this time because of the massive influx of these folks in this during this time period. So an important point is that by this time, the various Yemeni states have truly developed into what we would call like real kingdoms that are distinguished from one another. We're able to tell that they're kingdoms partly because they finally have writing. And it's hard to tell whether or not something's a kingdom if nobody's writing anything down. We can't tell where borders are. We can't tell what they're doing. We can't tell what they're worshiping. We can just go, yep, there's a culture here, but there's no possible way to distinguish whether there are borders or central authorities or what. You just have very little information that you can pull out of rocks when you don't have writing. So writing comes, and we know that there are now these various states that are small states within Yemen. Around 1000 BC, folks from Yemen went across the Red Sea and they settled in Ethiopia and founded a state that is written as DM glottal stop T, or Dammit, it's sometimes written as. And this was the first settlement of these Ethiopic, or of the folks who would be called Abyssinian or Habesha people. They come from this. There's political reasons that this doesn't really want to be recognized in certain ways, but this is really where they're from genetically, linguistically, everything else. The evidence is overwhelming. This is where they're from, no matter how much it hurts people's feelings. Okay, so they came across from Yemen to Ethiopia, founded the first state. How it developed into the Aksumite Empire is not really known, because not that much writing on stone survives at this time, and anything else could not survive in the anything that's on palm leaves could not survive in that environment. So we're completely dependent on stone writings. We also have not done as much excavation as would really be helpful in that area yet. So the Neo-Assyrian Empire then rises up, and it destroys the divided Israel, right? So that's the northern kingdom of Israel, right? And then eventually conquers Egypt. And so here is Assyria during this time when it gets really big. So at this time, these Phoenician cities some of them are completely destroyed. Some of them are entirely controlled by Assyria. These little arrows here show that there are Phoenician colonies out here in northern Africa that remain independent and then become the true center of power of independent Phoenician states, city-states after this point. The Greeks also spread massively at this time. There's actually a good chunks of Italy that were settled by Greeks. People don't think about that now, but they were Greek. The Greek world was much larger than people consider. This is also the period when the Kushites, who were a sub-Saharan African group, took over and ruled all of Egypt. So when you want to have your black pharaohs, here you go. You got black pharaohs. And they were a great dynasty that helped a lot to restore the splendor of Egypt. So those who desperately need rulers to be of a certain race, here you go. Here is your actual sub-Saharan African pharaohs ruling over the people at that time. All right.
So the reason I laughed is Zayd Ali has shown up. He left the second we started by his own admission, and he shows back up now. He says, "You are missing up Islamic heritage somehow because you are depending on Google Wikipedia, and Google gives you wrong documents because Google company has no idea about history in Middle Eastern." So Zayd Ali, tell us which document specifically that has been cited is a wrong document. Tell us specifically how Islamic heritage is mixed up, or admit that you just came in, left an empty comment without actually watching anything, and you have no idea what has been said. If you don't do one of those two things, you will be going to time out, because I'm not going to tolerate you coming in here and trying to pretend like you know what's going on and leaving it ridiculous comments. Okay? You understand? Good. So we have a fantastic, amazing compliment, and I'm not being sarcastic, from Lorenzo here. He says, "I consider Paul twice the man you are, Thaddeus." Well, if I'm half the man that Paul is, that is like 50 times better than I would give myself, because I think Paul is like the most amazing man, other than, like Jesus, for example, to ever live. And I'm half as good as him. I am so flattered by your compliment, Lorenzo, but he does want us to open up the phone lines soon so he can pin Mary on salvation.
Well, now the only thing that he's going to respond to is a very specific the response that I gave him before, that he threw a fit about not being able to respond to because his connection's bad. So we will only talk about that. And then other than that,
and then anything else has to be on topic.
Yep.
But how close are we to opening?
Oh, very, very, very close. Sorry about that.
Excellent.
So actually, let's see. I think that is. Let me double check. Yeah. Okay. Got two more slides. So Semitic cultural features has all of the Circum-Arabian nomadic pastoral complex features, plus the veils become common. The veil seems to be adopted through Semitic contact to neighboring countries, to neighboring folks. There are independent evidences of the veil appearing in other cultures, and it has almost exactly the same role as it does in this Semitic cultural event of the veil, but it appears in the Mediterranean world to come from the Semites, right? And the thought is that it protects against the evil eye, like that it's like literally a shield, a veil against the evil eye. It was also sign of status, so married free women had a veil to put on their heads. A veil over the face provided anonymity, and it was most often used for prostitutes along the highways. And it's really funny because Arabs are considered to be like one of the contexts in which they're talked about in the Bible is that Arab women were known to be prostitutes along highways. So you would hide your identity to hide the shame of the fact that you worked as a prostitute by veiling your face, but it could also provide a veil of anonymity if you are a very important person or a very rich person and you don't want to be harassed, by robbers or whatever who might want to grab you to be able to ransom you to somebody, right? Cult prostitution, male and female, was a part of the Semitic cultural feature here, and that actually may be related to the women around the highways. One of the reasons that they prostituted themselves may be to honor their gods or goddesses, and they thought that was a way to do it. That was explicitly forbidden by the Mosaic Law. Pederasty, also forbidden by Mosaic Law, is an inherent Semitic cultural feature. Anywhere the Semites are, you will find pederasty. It probably reached Greece through these ancient Near Eastern contacts. So these are important features that you will find where Semites go whenever they retain their pagan features. With the pederasty is a feature of pagan culture, and it continues in Islamic culture to this day. So I've already mentioned that half-sister marriage prevailed through the Bronze Age, but the Mosaic Law forbade half-sister marriage and near kin as a general group. It specified specific groups, descendants, ancestors, uncles, aunts, and all stepchild relations. However, in general, kin marriages were disliked even when not explicitly forbidden in Israel because of the general near kin prohibition. So though niece, nephew, and first cousin is not explicitly listed, it was disliked by extension. This is in extreme contrast to other Semites who still continue to prefer the closest genetic relation that was not explicitly forbidden. So the cousin marriage that prevails in the repeated first cousin marriage that makes people's parents as related as siblings in the Near East today is a feature of Semitic society outside the influence of the Mosaic Law. Multiple marriage was permitted in all of these. It was restricted to polygamy in the Mosaic Law with the background assumption that was common to the ancient Near East, that infidelity or else a king was a contributing reason for having this, or else it was a king or high official that was engaging in polygamy. There's a lot of sources from the Neo-Sumerian period of Ur III, Assyrian documents, even Babylonian documents that talk about these background assumptions being baked into it. However, it was continuously unrestricted in Arab society. So there was no sense that, we permit this in these situations, but it's kind of a bad thing, was an underlying belief of that time and place. But in Arab society, because it was so patriarchal, it's just like, well, if a man wants to do it, he can do it. And that is it for the presentation
Excellent.
today. I kept thinking that I was almost done when I wasn't quite almost done, but we will happily.
So couple quick comments. Trinity Matrix says Allah 0.5 is proud of you guys. Well, we're very happy that Allah 0.5, the predecessor to Muhammad's Allah, obviously, is proud of this presentation.
We are proud of that.
Indeed, we are very proud of that.
You need to get the it's backfiring one too, by the way.
Yeah, this just backfired on me. Highlight comment here from Trump Fan Club. By the way, for those who aren't familiar with the point system, if you want to make sure that I see your comment, use the highlight function. for a couple points. Let's be honest, Islam is like the rings of power. They effed up big time, and there's no way to repair it. I can't disagree with that, but I'm going to have to get Ali Dawa back.
And we're proud of that.
Because people like Lorenzo, they are very proud of that. They don't care about their theology. All they care is that they're very proud that they get to hate people who aren't Muslims. That's why Lorenzo's a Muslim. So I'll go ahead and post the link for any Muslims other than Lorenzo. You're welcome to join and be on chat. For Lorenzo, since you had connection issues last time, we're going to allow you to go back to that topic. And while we're waiting for someone to join, Mary, do you want to give a summary and how this relates to the title? Because the title, oh, never mind. Mary went off screen. We'll get her back here in a second. Anyway, I'm posting the link to the chat now. Theology. Oh, geez, I misposted that. Theology.chat as usual. So while we're waiting for a Muslim caller, Mary, you want to give a summary of what we talked about today and how it relates to the title? Because the title was the discovery or finding the secret Kaaba knowledge of ancient Arabia. And
So,
I don't think you mentioned the word Kaaba once the
no,
whole
I did.
time.
A bunch of times. I did.
A few times, perhaps, but it
Yeah.
certainly wasn't like the main focus. And
No,
some
it
people
wasn't
were
the.
very confused about that. Mostly Muslims, right? Because they weren't really interested in the material. They just wanted to talk about whatever randomness they wanted to talk about. But John Scott has a summary, and then I want to give your summary. Kaaba architecture equals pagan. Running from Safa to Marwa equals pagan. Black stone kissing equals pagan. Tawaf equals pagan. What more do you need, Muslims? Can you not see? Open your hearts to Yeshua Messiah, the living. Amen.
Yeah, I haven't even talked about the specific black stone because that's its own entire. That's then the next stream that we have on history. So, but indeed, we did talk about how the how what you need to show relation is not just that. Well, we have something made out of stones, right? But what you need is a continuous flow, development, evolution of practices and patterns from one thing to another, and a connection among the same place, time, peoples, those kinds of connections that establish what preceded and what came out of it. So the pattern for the Kaaba are these kites that people used to use to capture prey during the Mesolithic period, right? So, oh, by the way, Matt Schneider, Jalad does not at all. Al-Jalad does not say, so he writes, do you have any thoughts on the new research by Ahmed Al-Jalad that indicates pre-Islamic Arabia was actually monotheistic, contra the sin? Things like Bismillah predate Islam. That is a misunderstanding of what Al-Jalad is writing and saying. Rather, he absolutely says that all Northern Arabian references to Allah are polytheistic, full stop. While almost all references to Allah in the Hijaz are polytheistic, full stop. But there is one that he believes predates Islam, and I don't think it does. I think that it is peri-Islamic. It has too many distinctives that developed in the time of Muhammad's life. He dates it to like right before Islam. I don't think that that's true. I think that it represents a South Arabian speaker attempting to reproduce the Bismillah from his mind, and so combining certain aspects of Arabian, the Arabic language and the South Arabian language, kind of mushing them together. So I think that his one inscription is not a good indication of this. I do think that there were folks in the Hijaz but only in the Hijaz, not anywhere else, who were using the name Allah in a monotheistic sense. So I think that that is traced to Ibn Abu Salt. And I think that that was traced, and that's a prophet of Taif who began his prophecies like 20 years before Muhammad was born, I think. I think he was 20 years older than Muhammad. So he was, he was a dude who was hanging out in Taif saying that you should all stop being polytheists and be monotheists and worship the one God. And I think his name is Allah. And I think that that originates specifically from him. I don't think that he used the Bismillah formula. I think that equating Allah and Rahman and all the rest of the stuff that Muhammad did, considering the pushback he got, had to have come from him and no one else. But we'll get into those details later. But my main point this time was to establish where the people who would be there later come from, what the historical background is, what these movements are, what the languages are, what the genetics are, what the traditions and cultures are that came with these people, and also the format of this rock enclosure, the sacred rock enclosure with walking around things, that is very, very, very clearly the same thing as even these Neolithic things. Like, yeah, most people know that the Islamic sources say that there were 28 Kaabas around the time that this Kaaba existed. But not very many people know that there are these Neolithic structures that show the same things and how ancient this is and what its own origins are from. That it's from these kites where people would capture and kill game, turned into these ritual areas, which turned into their version of a pagan polytheistic temple. And the Kaaba is exactly like all the other pagan sites of this era, of this time, of this place, in its form, in its traditions, in its its location, its appearance. It in no way differs from anything in the surrounding area. And so that is the point. Now, if Lorenzo has not run away, he can come up and talk.
Yeah, he may have.
No, he's in
probably.
He's in the chat. He's here. Hello.
So he said this a little while ago. He said hours. I don't see any comments from him since.
Yeah, but if you call someone's name and they're no longer watching.
Oh, I don't think. I think it stays for a while. I don't think that it reveals the exact moment they disappear. But he said hours and hours of bull, one-sided bull, open up phones, allow the day of reckoning, allow me to talk, then the folly of your reaction. I have a feeling he probably didn't have a sound on and he didn't hear that we were literally opening it up after that slide, and probably went away after spamming the chat for a while because he literally didn't listen to a word that was being said. What a shame. I did see Pigs Can Fly came up briefly. I know you're not a Muslim, but you're still welcome to come up. Anyone can join. You don't have to be a Muslim. Freebird in the chat has been telling us that that it's a fact that we worship a man, and it's only an opinion that Muslims worship Satan because whatever he says is fact and whatever anyone else says is opinion. So Freebird, come on up and have a discussion with us. Welcome.
By the way, if Lorenzo does not come up this time, since he was in the chat and I told him that he was going to be able to come up later, I no longer owe him any sort of room for response. So he has lost his special privilege to speak off topic because of his prior connection issues. And so this is when the phone's closed today, he gets closed out.
Yep. And the other offer that he hasn't taken up in months now, he can email me and schedule a time for a topic of his choice, but he claims that he doesn't know how to use email, and who knows what else. He might not. That I shouldn't say claims. He probably actually doesn't. He doesn't seem to know how to do anything. Oh, Freebird's not comfortable coming up. What a shame. What a shame. Freebird does not have enough confidence to defend his pathetic God and his pathetic prophet. Such a shame. But Freebird, if you have anything on topic in the chat, I'll be happy to address it. You can just put it in the chat. Now, if you don't have anything on topic, then you need to leave, because we're not going to entertain your stupidity. If you want to show about your stupidity, then you can, like anyone else who wants to show, email me, Thaddeus@reasonanswers.com, email in a description of every video, and schedule a time for your topic. But today's topic is the pre-Islamic pagan influences that led to Islam. This is only part one, so we're dealing with very ancient history. We're not like dealing with the 5th century at the moment, but we'll get there.
We're only at 600 BC, and we are only dealing right now with the Neolithic stone structures. We're not even dealing with the individual stones that people worshipped and adored and rubbed blood on and things like that. So we will talk about those the next time we have a stream.
So welcome to the yes. My first question is, how do I pronounce your name?
Oh, it's pronounced Cacique.
Cacique, thank you.
Yes. Good evening, everybody. I had a question, which was, I don't know, it's been bugging me. The whole time I've been watching the presentation, the whole Saudi Arabia region just remains blank. And I'm thinking, how the hell did these people ever catch up with the rest of civilization? And how the hell did an illiterate person, because he was a man, Muhammad, how did he become so successful at being illiterate?
Well,
in this day and age, you cannot be successful being illiterate. So how was he a successful businessman if he couldn't read or write? How did he not know what a contract was on his favor or not in his favor?
Sweetie, he wasn't illiterate. That is
no, that's what they claim. I'm not Muslim, by the way. I'm not Muslim. I'm just here trying to reason with everybody.
So in the Islamic sources, there are times when it talks about, and I see now such and such written in his own hand. He was not illiterate. He could read and write. So it's really hard to read the forms of writing that there was back then. Like even if I were fluent in the language, okay, I would have to sit and puzzle for a while to understand what's actually being said. Because do you know Arabic or Hebrew or any of those languages at all?
No, but I know what you're talking about, because Hatun Tash speaks about the hafats or whatever you. They don't have the grammatic, so you don't know if it's a or an o, or is it plural, or is it singular?
More, right, even more.
Really, go on.
That you have these trilateral roots, right?
And
so there are these 3 consonants together, and they tell you what the main meaning of the word is, right? But a huge amount of the actual, which word of all of these words that have these same roots, which one is it? A lot of times you have to know from context from the early writing, right? So you have to know from context whether or not this is like talking about stoning someone or it's talking about a cairn. Okay, they're totally different things, right? Totally different things. But if it says, but you can only know it from context with the words surrounding it. So even knowing and then knowing the word forms and everything else, you get so little information. So you have so with English, once you know the sounds that the letters make, after a short while, even though English is has what's called deep orthography, so the same letter combination can make 3 different sounds sometimes. You can very quickly become really fluent at it, and it's really easy to tell where things are. But with these kinds of writing, right, you don't have as much information in the writing itself. So you had this group of professional writers who were able to read at about the same pace that you do reading aloud. Actually, if you go to who was it? It was Jerome's Vulgate. So Jerome was considered a freak of nature by Augustine in the 5th century, early 5th century, because he was able to read things silently at a speed faster than talking aloud. This is 5th century AD, with a much, much, much easier alphabet, right? And he was still considered a freak because everyone else, if they were reading this pack of gum here, they would actually, reading the back, they would read it aloud. Distributed by Mars Wrigley Confectionery US LLC. They would read it like that. And to even be able to read at a speaking pace required a lot of expertise with the kinds of scripts that we're talking about here. So whenever it was in the Quran, whenever it says that he's al-Nabi al-Ummiyah, the unlettered prophet, what that actually is a term for someone who hasn't studied Torah. But the reason why he had scribes was because he wasn't a professional writer. He wasn't a professional reader. It was very difficult to do. And he would read over the shoulder of his scribes and make sure they were doing things correctly. Because he could, he just couldn't do it himself very well. As he lay dying, he called for pen and ink to be brought. What he produced also is not special to its time and place. Tons of people who actually were entirely illiterate or virtually illiterate at the same level that he was not fluent writers, they were producing poetry that was extremely like the Quran all the time. Now, if you're talking about how did a barbarian take over a kingdom, well, think about the Mongols. The Mongols had a much larger kingdom. Think about the Gutians I just talked about, the Kassites. These were all barbarians. Unsettled, semi-nomadic, or at least mobile barbarians invading a weakened, settled, great empire and taking it over. The Jurchens over in China, right? This is so incredibly common in history. There's hardly anything more common than that. The Germanic invasions that toppled Rome, these were all illiterates. And they were far less literate and far more socially deprived than the folks in the Hijaz who were themselves backward, but they were between empires. They were between the Roman Empire and the Hellenistic world and everything and all of that greatness there. And then they were also near the Ethiopian Empire and the Yemen kingdoms. Like, while they were in backwaters, they were incredibly deprived in backwaters, ignorant, everything else. They were exactly the kinds of people who over and over and over again invaded settled areas and took over. Like, I can hardly think of something more. The Amorites that I was talking about, the Hammurabi, he's from the Amorites. Guess what they were? They were nomadic, illiterate people who took over a settled area and became the rulers, right? Sargon of Akkad, Kish, it's uncertain whether or not Kish was originally Sumerian. It might have been Sumerian and was taken over by the East Semitic peoples. Like, I can't think of a pattern in history that is more common before we invented guns, and guns are produced by industrial processes, right? Than nomadic peoples who were outbreeding settled peoples who were weakened by something. A famine, the agricultural system falling through, something happens, it goes into chaos, and then these more mobile, more primitive people take over, just happen over and over and over and over and over again. Very common. I mean, the Turks, right? The Turks were primitive nomads, right? Until they became Ottomans. Yeah. It's like, what's more common than that?
Well, would you say that then it would be a lot easier to understand ancient Egyptian than it would be to understand ancient Arabic? Because by the sounds of it, even if you do find an ancient Arabic poem, it's like, well, I don't know what the artist is trying to say here because I don't know the context of what he's saying. Well, and I think that's very flawed within a language, because then how do you then pass down the exact meaning within maths and science if linguistically it can get lost in translation, I don't know, in 5 years, let's say, or 3 years even.
Well, that's why Al-Hajjaj added a bunch of things to the writing system, because before you'd have like a monument that was set up, or you'd have a rock on the ground, and you'd write so-and-so, son of so-and-so, son of so-and-so, at the time when the rains didn't come, give us your favor, oh, a lot, and save us. And that's the kind of inscription that you'd have. That's the kind of linguistic background that they really weren't trying to write very much. Or if they wanted a contract, you'd know from the context that this was that it was a contract that was being written down, and that this is like here are 10 camels and so and so. Of course, there's a famous story about Muhammad's early life that everyone made an agreement whenever they decided to have the boycott against the Hashim, that they wrote down the boycott and they stored that boycott inside of the Kaaba. That's the kinds of things that they wrote down. They would also write down their religious poetry. That's the kinds of things that they'd write down at that time.
So we're going to take a brief pause here before we continue this conversation, because we have to get an update on Lorenzo.
God. Sorry, I had to laugh on that one because I was really focusing what Mary was saying. I completely forgot about this dude. I was like, oh shit, yeah, okay, go on. Sorry, reason. Go on. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to the comment. It seems to have disappeared on me, but he said, I didn't mean to click on that. So he first said, right? He first said that that we needed to open up the lines for him, right? You told him that you would in just a second, that he had like one slide to go, 2 slides to go. I presume he wasn't listening, right? I presume he wasn't listening. So then we open the phone lines and he disappears for a couple minutes, maybe like 4 minutes or so, right after they're opened, interestingly enough. And then he says, by the way, I had to go to the gym. I don't have 12 hours to devote to this one-sided bull. I mean, hours and hours of non sequitur. Strangely, he somehow, between the time he last made the demand to open the phone lines, when I opened them somewhere between 15 seconds and 1 minute later, decided to go to the gym, right? He posted that
He's fast at getting there too.
Right. I'm getting there. So he posted, open the phone lines right now. And then they were opened within a minute. But in that minute, he decided to go to the gym. And then less than 4 minutes later, I didn't time it, but less than 4 minutes later, I can pretty much guarantee, he suddenly posts that he has gone to the gym. And now he's posting from the gym. Strangely, he has continued to post since then. Like, this has nothing to do with anything, so I'm not going to bother to read it. But just to show that he continues to post all these comments, right? He supposedly can't post anymore. He can't call in because he's at the gym that he got to from his house in less than 4 minutes. And now, even though it's way easier to talk than to type,
especially for him, like he's
especially for him, by his own admission,
he's not like one of those crazy, young people grew up with a phone in their hand types, right? We know how long this takes for him to type. He's typing continuously.
Exactly. So to me, it seems like he is just terrified, and
all of you guys have got your tails between your legs, walking away.
And that applies to all the Muslims, right? We had at least 10 different Muslims in the chat today. None of them wanted to call in and discuss this topic. I wonder why. Even Lorenzo, he has run in terror of this topic, somehow going to the gym in the couple minutes between when we opened the phone line. Amazing.
So
this last comment of his is slightly on topic. So the Kaaba was brought back to its original intent, dedicated to one God with Muhammad. The building was the same in intent. It's people who transgressed like the Jews multiple times. Well, where's your evidence, Lorenzo? Come up and discuss it. Bring your evidence.
Yeah.
So you claim, right? Well, earlier you claimed that it's nothing but pagan architecture, but it doesn't matter because everyone was pagan then. What matters is your intent. Now you're saying, no. I didn't mean what I said. What I actually meant is that Yes, Abraham built it, and then God let the pagans play with it for thousands of years, and then Muhammad came along, and even though his father was a pagan worshiping in that temple, and no one had any idea it was any different than any of the other temples that pagans were worshiping in, because it looked identical to them, Muhammad brought it back to his original purpose by putting in a black stone that people bow down to, kiss, have it forgive their sins, by circling around it with this exact same motions that the pagans did. That so much so that Muhammad's companions said, if Muhammad didn't tell us to do this, we wouldn't do it because it seems pagan. But Muhammad told us to do it, so we'll do it. Great logic.
There's also, and if you want the example of a mobile, backward pagan group that came in and conquered a region and their religion took over, well, then all you have to do is look at the Indo-Iranians. Hinduism is an intrinsically Indo-European religion. Now, for various political reasons, there's a push against that absolute fact of reality in India, that Hinduism is the Aryan religion. The Indo-Iranians, the Aryan Iranians, the Indo-Aryans, it's the Aryan religion. They call themselves Aryans. That is their religion. And it came with them. And it erased all the religions that existed before it, that the local native Dravidians and so on used. And the Tamil folks and all of those other religions got, there are rare exceptions where some ancient folk beliefs existed for before then, but it got obliterated by these people coming in. They could not read and write. Guess what they had? They had oral poetry, which was their religious text. Like their only religious texts were oral poems. And so these poems, these sacred poems, they did change over time. Like, I'm not pretending that when they finally got written down, they actually were identical. But they had, the whole, memorization. Everything was memorized, word for word, letter for letter, blah, 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 blah. The same thing is true in terms of the memorization tradition in Sanskrit that existed for the earliest Vedas. They had all of these far more elaborate systems than Islam ever did to try to make the language consistent and not be forgotten, even though people could deliberately change things around, before it was finally written down well over 1,000 years later. So if you want even that exact parallel, bringing a new religion that overwhelmed the previous religion and established new empires, etc., then you would have your example in Hinduism. Does that mean Hinduism is true? No, it's just that their religion prevailed over the other people's religion because they had reasons to make sure that they did not compromise what they believed their religion to be for the sake of the folks that were there. And of course, there were tons of native, post-invasion developments in it. But all the aspects in the early religion of the Aryans, you can find in other Indo-European systems and their beliefs and their mythology. It's continuous.
We do have a new caller, but before that, I was laughing at the chat. They were cracking me up. Carol says, I'm so glad that Lorenzo keeps us updated on his whereabouts and his future plans. Houston says, how can Lorenzo go to the gym? Those were created by pagan Greeks.
Oh, good one.
And Sarita says, Lorenzo, allow your brain some exercise too by calling in. Not related to Lorenzo, but Clyde says you got to get one of those Muhammad hijabs saying be a man. I know that clip. It's not one that I've put in yet, but I do have several comparable clips from Muhammad hijab. I mostly save those to use against people like Lorenzo, though. And also we have a super chat from Breakfast Gun.
Brothers and sisters, why to lose this great opportunity? Remember, when the person is on his deathbed, the last minute, he will ask Allah Jalla wa Ala to be delayed for 1 second to do what? Not to pray, not to do other things, but to give sadaqah, because sadaqah you can give it just like this, yeah, in 1 second.
So the most important thing you can do when you're about to die is make a large donation to Sheikh Haytham's ministry, of course, not just to anyone, to him. So Breakfast Gun says, I didn't know how far I'd be able to take it tonight, but Mary's well-researched and enthralling presentation, not to mention her delucid tones, kept me engaged. Very well done. Thank you very much for your donation and your words of praise.
I think that this may be the first time that my tones have been called dulcet before.
So Umar has joined the chat. Welcome, Umar. Are you a Muslim?
I'm not Muslim. Is that
That's
okay?
fine. Yep. Yeah, you don't have to be a Muslim. I just wanted to know where we stand. So what did you think of today's show?
Oh, well, I tuned in and out of it, so I thought it was pretty good from what I've heard so far. It's nice general history. What I thought was interesting is so much is going on all around in many different regions of the world, but you don't really see anything going on in Saudi Arabia, in Hijaz, and you really don't hear or see much going on.
Yeah, just so you know, Umar, part of that is like a little bit of that is bias because they keep cutting off Yemen in all of these images, and Yemen ought to have kingdoms in, and it's really hard for me to find because it was remote, and they're kind of a lot of times these are European sources, and they're really focused very heavily on the Greek world and everything that influences the Greek world, right? Could you?
Yes. So we're getting some.
Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, feedback. Really so I muted you for now, but I'll unmute you here when Mary's done talking.
So, so if you go back to 3200 or 3200 BC, you ought to have evidence that you have these towns there in Yemen, and that you have this early sedentary culture and little dots for towns and stuff. And then you ought to have actual kingdoms by 1200 BC. We don't know how much before then there was because writing hadn't reached there yet. So we really are dependent on when writing reaches a place to have a really clear idea of what the organization and politics of a place was. But some of that really is just, they just kind of ignore it. From 1200 onward, we ought to have that there, but because no one in Yemen is coming as far north as Assyria. They don't touch each other, and because they don't touch each other, they don't interact. It's kind of outside this idea of powers. There are actually a bunch of civilizations out in Western Asia or in Central Asia that developed from 1700 onward that like you just don't find them on maps because they're left off, because they're just not well researched enough. So, but in the Hijaz itself, there is no polity, there is no organization, there is no kingdom. They're just wandering tribes. So you have Yemen, then you have up to the Levant, and then you have wandering tribes in between. And this is going to be true for a very long time. It's only with that last thing that we got to, with the development of the trade, that is the first time that Hegra and areas that would become Nabatea, that's when they become like more developed cities and so on, because of this trade from Yemen is finally really regularly established. And so that the folks who are like, oh, spice trade Mecca, well, it's sort of true, but only like this much true, because it was true that that's what brought some civilization into the Hijaz. So, yeah, there is very little there. And the backwardness of Mecca in particular will become very important as to how the Quran could be so ridiculously confused. You can't have people as ignorant as Muhammad clearly is anywhere else except for in a place that is both connected to all these places, but also remote enough from them that people could get weird ideas and not really understand.
Sure, yeah. I think like a lot of this is building up, like a lot of historians, revisionist historians, a lot of people outside of the Muslim faith are discussing these things, and I'm just wondering how much of an effect it's having on the Muslim community, because I know, like, when I was Muslim, these things were, I think, just maybe reaching my ears, and it was only when I kind of, went online and searched for things that I would find stuff like this, like, on answeringislam.com or and other websites and things like that. But now it's like in many more places on YouTube and things like that. Like with my family, they a lot of their teachers, like their Muslim teachers, would tell them to avoid YouTube, don't go on YouTube. So I'm just wondering how much of this these discussions about Islamic history are what would be the sin versus the like the more authentic history is becoming a discussion amongst Muslims.
Yeah, well, some of the stuff that I'm talking about, although not in this one, because nobody in the time of Muhammad had any idea about these Neolithic structures and their purpose, because they'd already moved to other things that were derived from that, but weren't the exact same places, right? But some of the things you can actually find in the early Islamic sources that I'm going to go into. But there is this enormous, like the idea that Mecca was this wonderful metropolis of beautiful richness, blah, 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 blah. Like all of that is late. All of that is late myth making. Nobody close to Muhammad and in these early sources thought that this was a great source, that or thought that this was like this great city that like they knew it was a backwater, but they believed that it had a future greatness kind of thing. And so the idea that it had a historical greatness, you don't find that creeping in till later. So I think that, whenever you emphasize the early Islamic sources and things like, Aisha talking about how they didn't use latrines. They pooped outdoors. Which is so funny because today, how Muslims like make fun of Indians? Ha, you poop outdoors. You poop on the street. Look at you gross thing. I'm like, yeah, guess what? Muhammad did for a long time too. Even after coming to Medina, because he's from Mecca, which was a backwater where they didn't have any latrines. So that's in the sources. And when you point out stuff like that, I don't know why the fact that he was so scared of latrine demons makes me so amused, but it does. But that kind of stuff being in the sources really helps, because you just point out and go, hey, we're not the myth makers here. Even if you go back to the sources, you can find a lot of the pre-myth truth in them. And I think that that's helpful. I think it helps kind of go through people's heads.
Yeah. I don't want to take too much more of your time, but I was just I was delving into certain things that like a group of scholars were looking into, like Ahmad Jalad. I don't know if you're familiar with his work.
Yeah, I think I've read everything that he's published, but that's why I was talking about how there was a misinterpretation of Jalad that said that they were monotheistic in this area. He said no, there is one usage of Allah in what he believed to be a pre-Islamic context that was monotheistic, but I don't think that he's actually correct there. I think that it's Islamic rather than pre-Islamic.
So Freebird is pushing back on your comment before you move on. He says, at least we use water after finishing business.
Well, the fact is, if you use water and you don't use soap, if you have used your hand with water, what will happen is that particles of your feces will get on your hands with the way that you guys have done it traditionally. And as a result, fecal oral transmission diseases get enormously more increased than anyone who only wipes. If you only wipe, then your hand presumably never comes in contact with your actual poop particles. If you use water, your hand does come in contact with poop particles. And if you don't understand about germ theory, if you don't understand about soap, what that means is that the people who are using water are people who are taking particles of poop and all the microorganisms on them, getting them onto their hands, even though they can't see them anymore, and then moving them from hands to the food. That's why we have had a number of outbreaks in Europe and in our Great Britain especially, where Muslims in restaurants, who own restaurants with ethnic food, have spread diseases because of the not using soap thing, because Muhammad never used soap. He didn't know about soap. He didn't believe in microorganisms. And so they make people sick. It's the same reason that cholera spread around the world because of Hajj, because it's very, 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 very easy to spread fecal oral route diseases when you are using water and you don't have a strong soap culture. Oh, dear Lord, Bo Rudder, that's horrific.
Well,
Yeah, Bo Rudder said it.
It's very nice.
I work.
I think you guys just keep up your good work, and I'll keep listening in and chiming in.
Yeah, feel free to call in to the open call-in portion of any show you like.
Yep.
Thank you. Take care, guys.
Yep, and if you have any questions, you can put stuff in the chat. I'm also, I'm not great at checking the chat while I'm focusing on this, but Thaddeus is pretty good with that.
Yep. So Bo said, at work I can hear Muslims dipping their hands into the toilets. Just for context to what Mary was saying, that is horrific. Freebird claimed that we wash with soap, which, as you point out, is not the sunnah of Muhammad. I'm sure it's individual Muslims, some of them use soap, but that's not from Muhammad. That's not what he commanded you to do. And then he claimed that whatever it is,
cholera, and that's untrue. That's untrue. Cholera today, we recently had an outbreak of cholera in Mecca. There was a massive cholera outbreak in Mecca. Haiti got infected by cholera from people who were from Islamic parts of the world. It's hard to eradicate once it's in your drinking water. Once cholera has gotten in your drinking water, it's much harder to eradicate, but it all came from, it originally arose in Bangladesh and spread across the world because of the Hajj. And it frequently, continuously breaks out still in Bangladesh, still in Islamic countries. You get cholera today, and it's absolutely horrific. Here, I'll look up cholera in Mecca. And as soon as Jon Snow in Britain with the Broad Street pump, you guys all know about the Broad Street pump, that he traced the source of a cholera outbreak to a specific pump that had been contaminated with an overflown, because it was drawing from underground where there were cisterns that were leaky nearby that people who were sick with cholera were using. Whenever you removed the pump, people stopped getting cholera. And so it was realized, it was proven then that the oral fecal route was the cause of cholera, and by Jon Snow in the UK. And after that, he was in London. After that, you were able to completely eradicate it because we knew for sure where it came from in the West in very short order. So between 1831 and 1914, cholera spread from India to Mecca and the Ottoman Hijaz on at least 40 separate occasions. 40. The challenges, here, Lancet article, the challenges of cholera and the 2017 Hajj pilgrimage. There should be no challenges of cholera in 2017. That should not be a challenge in places that are not struck by a massive cataclysmic event, right? This is just a regular Hajj. There wasn't like a humanitarian crisis. You didn't have a hurricane or a flood or something terrible, devastating happen. So why is everyone getting cholera still? Because you use water and you think that because you don't see all the critters still on your hands, that your hands are clean, whenever your hands are actually covered with cholera microorganisms, right? Come on, guys.
So, update on Lorenzo. He's changed his story. He's no longer at the gym. He says instead that he is purposely forbidden from calling in. Here, I am intentionally cut off from calling. I have to jump their hoops. Why last time I was completely cut off mysteriously? Well, your internet connection died. As
Which
I
is
proved
why,
by showing it
yeah.
on screen. But forget that. You spent the last 45 minutes posturing about how we weren't opening the phones for you to call in. The second they open, you claim you're at the gym. Then you can't help yourself. You can't even and stick with your fantasy where you're at the gym and you can't talk anymore. You keep spamming the chat. You keep getting called out. And then you say, you change your story. I'm called up. I cut off from calling. That's why I haven't called in, even though I demanded to call in for 45 minutes.
I said that he had special priority permission and that he had the opportunity to respond to what I had read before because his connection cut out. So Lorenzo, this is your last chance, buddy. If you don't call in this time, it is an admission that you were embarrassed and humiliated by my response to your, why does it say 3 days according to the scriptures? What's this 3-day thing in the scriptures? And I gave you an entire page in like 12-point font, right? An entire page of references that the rabbi saw in it, that you admit that you are wrong and that according to the scriptures was absolutely related to 3 days according to what everyone believed at that time, and that you were humiliated. So either call in and tell me why I'm wrong, or else you're cut off from responding to that point.
Now, he's almost certainly not listening to us, so can you put that in the chat for him as well? And while you're doing that, we have a special video in honor of Lorenzo.
He buggered off. So he has, he's scarpered.
Brave Sir Robin ran away.
No!
Bravely ran away.
I didn't!
When danger reared its ugly head, he bravely turned his tail and fled. Yet brave Sir Robin turned about.
I didn't!
Gallantly he chickened out. Bravely taking
I
to
never
his
did!
feet, he beat a very brave retreat.
Oh, lies!
Bravest of the brave Sir Robin.
I never!
Lorenzo is going to the gym, right? So Robin isn't running away. He's just going to the gym. And as Bellrudder says, I thought they're supposed to wipe their butt with 3 rocks. It doesn't have to be 3. It just has to be an odd number. Even numbers are haram, but as long as it's an odd number, it is halal.
So this is another thing that was layers. So before, they only wiped their butt with rocks before they met the Jews who suggested that they should also use water. And because they don't know how to do it, like they kind of made up their own way of doing it. You get the issue with spreading poop that way. So yeah, according to Muhammad, before he met the Jews, you only need to do that. So your reference for the links across is this. Oh my gosh, Lorenzo.
Lorenzo, you're such a liar. You've come up many times before. You know how it works. I clicked the link and nothing happened. Stop the games. Let's do this. Well, someone's playing games. Someone is definitely
go ahead and
playing
post the link
games.
one more time, because he's probably clicking on the link for the points because he is a very special individual.
Oh, good point. I apparently didn't accident.
Yeah.
I meant to pin it, but I guess I didn't. So that is probably my bad, right? That is probably actually my bad there. Now, other people didn't have a problem figuring it out, but still, you're probably right. He probably was actually clicking the pin link instead of going to the right place. So, yeah, stop running for your idiot supporters. Yeah, but that's totally what's going on here. I'm fronting for idiot supporters.
Well, these idiot supporters managed to click the link. Why can't he?
Yeah, so my bad there. My bad, Lorenzo. I didn't realize the wrong link was pinned. 1, he's not allowed to cut. 2, he tried to click the link, but it's not working. You forgot. That's totally wrong. Number 1, open the phones right now. You are avoiding me. Number 2, by the way, I went to the gym. Number 3, I can't talk right now. I'm at the gym. Number 4, I'm not allowed to call in. Number 5, I tried to click the link, but it's not working.
That's hilarious. So,
oh, I had someone else join. I thought it was going to be Lorenzo, but no offense to pigs can fly, but I was hoping you were Lorenzo.
because that'd be hilarious.
Hey, there's Lorenzo.
He's here.
He's trying to connect. He's not fully connected yet, but he's trying. So we might have progress here. I think you're right. I think he absolutely was clicking the wrong link. So now we know. So Lorenzo, your connection didn't connect properly. But go ahead and try again. And Kasiki, you are up. Sorry, I forgot how to pronounce it.
Nah, it's all right. Kasike, but it's all right. No, don't worry. Yeah, I've got, I think I said 2 or 3 questions relating to the presentation. The first one is, has the Kaaba ever been carbon dated?
Well, you can't carbon date anything that isn't made out of carbonous materials. So it'd have to be like the different the wooden parts of it, and those, like, they freely admit that the Kaaba has been burned down in post-Islamic times, right? Al-Hajjaj, our buddy who fixed part of the writing system, he actually burned the Kaaba down, like, to the ground, and it's been destroyed several times since. It's been rebuilt a bunch of times, so there wouldn't be anything carbon-based there. Now, if you're wondering about,
could potentially be. There potentially could be small amounts of plant matter in the building.
Nothing you could really find, but they're not going to. They're not.
They wouldn't try anyway.
They could have done carbon dating whenever they did some of the recent. They paved over a whole bunch of the section of Old Mecca, and they could have tried to have seen if there was anything more ancient. But I think that all the authorities know that there isn't, and so they don't want to do any of that. In fact, there's a tradition that it was only in the time of the Quraysh that people stopped building round huts and started building square structures, because they were like Bedouins who didn't even have the technology for that everybody else surrounding did. They just didn't know how to build like a square house, a square room. There's also the fact that, you're supposed to believe that Khadija is like the richest woman ever in Mecca, right? How many habitable rooms were there in Khadija's house according to all the traditional sources in the traditional floor plan? Like rooms you could sit in and eat. How many were there?
I don't know. I would imagine 10.
Two. There were 2.
Really?
So,
wow.
Yeah, the rest of her house that was turned into a masjid, a mosque, it was the courtyard that was adjacent to her house that had only 2 rooms. It had 2 rooms, and it had what was called like the room of revelation of Muhammad's room or something like that, which was an idol niche. So it had a little idol niche for holding idols, the household gods, and then it had 2 rooms that people could they were actually big enough for people to be in, right? That's all it had. And she was supposed to be super rich. A lot of the other places, like there were the heads of another one of the clans, right? He had a building, a 1-room building that was specially for keeping black slaves in, because they didn't like black slaves to sleep near other people, because like the male black slaves, because they didn't want, they didn't trust the male black slaves around their women. So all the people in his clan who had male black slaves would send them to this other 1-room building to sleep at night. So, because they almost all only had 1 room that they slept in, like the entire family. You can't even find references to habitable roofs where people would like spend time and eat and talk and hang out after dark when it's cool and nice. You can't find references to that until they get to Medina. And Muhammad talks about how it's important to have a parapet around the edge of a roof so that people don't fall off. There was, the chick that Muhammad wanted to marry, but then he wasn't allowed to. And he was sleeping in her house whenever he had his revelation. I forgot her name. Anyway, one of his first cousins. There are a few hadith that talk about her being able to see things from her roof, but I think she may have just been setting things out there to dry. I don't think that was living space for her, because there aren't any other references to that kind of thing at that time. And like if you're drying fruits or whatever, people would use their roofs to set stuff on so the animals didn't step on it, people didn't step on it and stuff. So just the level of how primitive and backwards this is. It's not something that they want to have known. And I can't think of a single other place that has been around since like the early Bronze Age 1, where people were living in single room huts. Like I cannot think of a place that you can think of as being as possessing that level of civilization of the area where things were that primitive. So I think that everybody who knows doesn't want to have any dating, because they know that it's most likely going to be early first millennium that there are any traces of human habitation that still exist, even if you could find it.
So this is quite interesting here. Freebird says you can check the rocks around the pilgrimage areas. And then Houston says,
okay, so no, hang on 1 second.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he says, so what did I tell you when the rock died? And then Freebird says, such an ignorant statement. So I think he actually thinks you can carbon date rocks.
So Freebird, sweetheart, Saphaitic 1 or Saphaitic is what you're actually mainly talking about. And it exists, guess where? Up in northern Arabia, in Jordan, in the Basalt Jordan region. And that's where you find all of these inscriptions. Al-Jalad, who's the guy that you guys keep trying to refer to, right? He actually has done a lot of great work. He talks about how empty the Hijaz is and how incredibly few inscriptions exist then. All of these inscriptions, all of them, without exception, all of these inscriptions in Arabic are from at the earliest possible date anywhere from the 2nd century BC, which does not get you to Abraham. Not even close, not even vaguely, not even a little bit, okay? 2nd century BC at the earliest. And the Hijazi ones are all from the 1st millennium AD. So they're from after Jesus, all of them, every single one of them, okay? So the idea that there are all of these writings that, no, there wasn't. Now, there are quite a few writings, guess where? In Yemen, because writing came to Yemen earlier. It came to Yemen in about 1200 BC or 1200 BC for all of our non-native English speakers, sorry. So 1200 BC is when you start seeing early writing systems there. But you don't find them in the Hijaz. Why not? Because there weren't any civilizational people there. They were all primitive tribes. So your point of inscriptions, yes, we ought to be finding all of these rock inscriptions by 1200 BC. You should at least be able to go back to basically the establishment of Israel. You should be able to find evidence of civilization in that same area at that time. And you don't, because there is no civilization, because it's just these primitive wandering tribes.
So we are getting some slight feedback from you, Kasike. So if you could mute yourself when you're not talking, that would be great. Because if I mute you, then you can't unmute yourself. But I think, well, first of all, Lorenzo has tried to join. Unfortunately, he's not connected. I can click the button to add him, but nothing happens because well, you see a visual change, but that's because my program thinks there's 7. So it's switching to a different layout. What you can see is not actually being added because he's not actually properly connected. So Lorenzo, try joining by clicking the join without video button. I think that might help because your connection has been weak the last couple times that we tried to talk and it didn't work properly. And if you join without video, then it will be much lower bandwidth and it might work. So you said you had 3 questions. What was the second? You still there?
Yeah, sorry. One is how. Yeah, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Sorry. The second question was, how on earth did the Arabs ever maintain any relationship with any other nation in terms of contracts and trade, like during the Silk Route, if they were so illiterate?
So they traded whenever they walked into a certain place. They went to a market and then they traded. They had agreements. So if you're talking about the Quraysh, first of all, they were not on the Silk Route. They were not on the Silk Road. They did not trade silk ever. They were also not on the Spice Road. They were on the Incense Road. And Mecca was not on the Incense Road. Mecca was off in the mountains away from the Incense Road. After the first capital of the Kinda Kingdom, which is not really much of a kingdom, but the Kinda Arabs had a capital, okay? And it's kind of out in the deserty region. And that used to be, if you went from Najran, that used to be your next stop, kind of out east. And then from there, they would go all the way to Yathrib, to Medina. And it would completely bypass anything near Mecca. Well, after that got destroyed, I think around AD 200, Taif became the more common way spot on your way north. And Taif is a day and a half away from Mecca. The route never went through Mecca. No one went through Mecca. Jeddah was not a port for anything except for local fishing vessels, because Jeddah had it was a crappy port and it wasn't good for deep water fishing vessels for large boats. It was only good for little bitty fishing boats, right? So you did not have, it was not a trading port at all. So you would have to choose a vessel particularly to trade with Jeddah from some other place. So most of it was overland there. So it never was, they weren't making these great trade decisions or whatever. Also, the word Arab is awfully deceiving because the Lakhmids, they were Arabs. They were also quite literate. The Ghanasids were also Arabs. The Petra was Arab and was entirely illiterate as a society and quite sophisticated until the Romans. So the Romans, the incense route became way less important when the Romans in about 100 AD finished the construction of several ports that allowed Roman sailors to completely bypass the overland route, because they tried to sack Petra and take it over militarily, and they had a really hard time. So they just gave up, went around them, bypassed them, and starved them out, and eventually took them over that way because they didn't have wealth anymore. So by the time Mecca shows up in any sources to speak of around the time of Muhammad, right? By that time, it had been hundreds and hundreds of years since it was particularly important that land incense route was important for anything except for local trade. Now, the Lakhmids did prefer to use the land route whenever they wanted to trade with Sana, because the Lakhmids themselves were not a seafaring people, and so they didn't own ports, so they wanted to go across the land there, even though it's a roundabout, more expensive way, because that's just what they knew better. But in terms of the overall weight of travel, it was all sea-based. Mecca was not important, and they didn't have, they had writing, They wrote contracts, they wrote agreements, they wrote all sorts of things, but they didn't have any kind of sophisticated finance. They had no financing, right? Whereas all of the trading peoples had different forms of financing at this time. So what they were was extremely relevant to, like, there's nothing unexpected in anything that they did, and whoever that is needs to change their fire smoke alarm. I just heard a smoke alarm chirp. Don't die.
I think everyone's actually muted, so
Oh, I
I
wonder
don't know
what
what
that
that
odd
was.
noise was. I heard a little
Yeah,
squeak in the background. I have no
it
idea.
was some kind of interference, but
Okay,
as near as I
good,
can tell,
good.
everyone is actually
I'm getting
muted.
paranoid about it because the last 2 times we had
Yeah,
so many
for sure.
smoke alarm.
So, you know, I want to be fair here. Lorenzo has made an attempt to join. For some reason, it's not working properly. I know he's going to say I blocked him or whatever, but that's not the reality
Yeah,
of
I
the
go next.
situation.
Well, Pigskin Fly is actually next.
Well, actually, Saeed
Okay.
would be.
Oh, yeah. Yep, Said, but he's going to say the same thing he always did. Hey, Said,
Yeah,
do you have anything on topic to say at all whatsoever?
yes. So
Well,
Saeed,
yeah, I was. Oh wait,
this
am
will
I?
only take 30 seconds. Don't worry.
Yeah,
Saeed,
Said won't take long at all.
you have anything on
Okay.
topic? Saeed,
Are
can
you
you hear me?
talking to me?
Nope,
Can
Said.
you hear me?
Not
okay.
Zach,
can hear you, but-
Said.
Oh, okay.
Said, do you hear, or are you just wanting to
Yeah, I think
display
he's
your
just
little...
wanting to run his message. He doesn't even want to unmute himself today.
All right, so
So
Pigskin
bye
Fly
bye.
will be next,
Bye
right?
bye.
I'm here, by the way.
Yep.
I'm
So
just
Pigs
kidding,
Can
but-
Fly. You are the next to join. So you have your chance to make a comment or whatever.
I mean, if I had to make a comment, I'd say whoever that is in the background that has the beeping sound, that's your smoke detector. You need to go change out the battery for that.
So he could hear it too.
Yeah, but the thing is, no one is.
It's
unmuted,
funny. I
so-
actually thought it was mine at first, and I was like, no, that can't be ours.
Yeah, it's not me.
Yeah, I'm not
Hear
sure where that
heavy
is coming
footsteps
from, for
above
sure.
my head. That would be people stomping on the upper floors of the house.
Anyway, let's go ahead and hear from Zach.
So what I'd like to say, how do you guys even determine like the dating of the Kaaba? Like, how do you know specifically?
So now, if you're talking about the more ancient, are you talking about its connection to more ancient things, or the Kaaba itself?
Yeah, the Kaaba itself.
So what we would look for is any reference whatsoever that it ever existed in any kind of writing. So we have things like the Pleripus, I think that's how you pronounce it, accounts that talk about all of the ports that around various areas and the cities that are nearby them. You have travelers' accounts. You have all kinds of inscriptions of people who see, it's a beep.
Yeah, it must be Zach. It
Yeah.
must be Zach.
I don't hear anything from where I am though.
You
Probably
No
my
worries.
phone.
Yeah,
Okay.
no worries.
So you'll find statements of kings on steles that say, "I have conquered such and such a place." For example, you have a king bragging that he shut up a Hezekiah in Jerusalem like a bird in a cage, which is particularly evocative, and that's why I remember it so well. A pharaoh wrote this on a stele, right? You say that, oh, we have defeated the so-and-sos, we've defeated the Quraysh. We expect to find the word Quraysh if they exist at this time. But we actually know that the Quraysh are an artificial confederation, by the way. You expect to find all of these references to a time and place. You also expect to find actual archaeological evidence of this location. And there has been 0 attempts to dig to find anything before the time of Muhammad. Why would there be no attempts to find out what the Bronze Age Mecca was like? Because the authorities know there was no Bronze Age Mecca. It did not exist. The earliest possible reference to Mecca is on a map of Ptolemy, right? And that was produced in the middle to second half of the 2nd century AD. That is the earliest possible reference of literally anyone to this place. So it shows you that it is incredibly insignificant, and then between that and then later on, there's like no more references. It's very insignificant, and very few people care about it, and very few people know about it. It just was not an important place. So we have epigraphal data that shows that this was not an important place. We have all the historians writing, all the different cultures talking about different places and what they've conquered and everything. We also have the very fact that no one tried to conquer it. So whenever Abraha actually went up north to do conquest, there is no mention of Mecca whatsoever in his own epigraphy. And I believe that what actually happens is that he went north, the Meccans went, oh, we're scared, he's going to come and get us. But he didn't even care about them if he knew that they existed. And so that's why he did not go toward them at all. He was interested in Medina. He was unhappy with Medina. He didn't even know about Mecca, right? So yeah, they found an Ottoman fort. Oh, goody. Whenever they built a bunch of that stuff, they did a bunch of excavations, but they did not even try to look for anything pre-Muhammad, because they knew that the history did not stretch back much farther than him. And they don't, and when you pave it over, then you hide your sins under concrete. And that's what they wanted to do, right? They know that there is so little there that it's all recent. So that's really why.
So
we have, there are places that we haven't discovered that are incredibly important, like Sargon of Akkad's new city that he founded. He built a new capital. We don't know where it is, but we do know it existed because people talked about it because it was important. So even if we can't find a place, we would be able to find talks about it. But Mecca is a place with such a shallow history. They don't want to dig.
Wait, on this topic, Fadis, you want to say something?
No, I was just going to transition. So go ahead.
Okay. So what I was going to say real quick, don't you guys believe the entire world was flooded? So what I'm saying, for example, it's possible something can happen, but we don't have we can't find physical evidence of this event. You agree with that, right?
So the issue would be that it has to be inhabited according to the Islamic sources from Abraham onwards continuously. We also know that this is a myth because the Jurham tribe is credited with being the people at the time of Abraham that they controlled it then, because that's all the history actually extended back to, is this tribe right before so there were two Arab tribes that controlled it really shortly, one after another, and then the Quraysh, right? They're these three tribes kind of turned over really fast, and then before that, there's the Jurham tribe from that was Yemeni-ish, right? And so there's nothing that goes back farther than that. They didn't even bother to invent a different tribe to control it in the 1,000 years between them being taken over. They're just like, oh yeah, this one tribe controlled it, because that's as far back as their memory goes, right? So we know when the Hejaz first developed any kind of sophistication at all, with the introduction of the dromedary trade in 1200 BC. It's just not plausible. It's like saying that really there was Rome that was in England before London is where there was this great city in the same time as Rome. Well, we know that that's not true.
Can I ask
because
you a
of all the
question?
things that make it true. Go ahead.
So I've heard through the grapevine that at one point, if you go far back enough, the Kaabas were actually pointed away from Mecca. They were pointed towards Jerusalem. Is that correct?
Okay, so here I actually did a dive on early Kaabas, or early, not Kaabas, early Qiblas, and where they were facing. So there were a number of competing traditions about how you find the proper Qibla and how you face, like how you're supposed to face Mecca, whether or not it was a literal facing of Mecca or a ceremonial facing of the same direction, and there were all of these folk systems as well as literal trying to make it face those systems. I am not meaning to attack him, but Dan Gibson is completely incorrect in saying that the people of the Hijaz had any capacity at all whatsoever, even a little bit, to correctly point things at Mecca at the time that they conquered all of these places. The people that they conquered did have this capacity, and they made use of it later on, but they had their own traditions about how to properly face Mecca for a while, and also it did not seem to be particularly that important at that time. It is untrue that there was a period that all the Qiblas faced Jerusalem. It is also untrue that there was a time that all the Qiblas faced Petra. It's just not factual.
So I do want to wrap up soon, so let's try to keep things short. Lorenzo has tried to join again, and it has failed. I know he probably won't bother to watch this, and he'll just accuse me of blocking him, but whatever. I'm going to demonstrate for everyone else that I, in fact, am not blocking him. That it is, in fact, a problem with his connection. So here's my control room. Here's Lorenzo down here. See, I can add him to the scene, but nothing happens because his connection isn't good. It's not connected. If it was connected, even if he didn't have a video on, it would show me up here, right, that he's connected. It's not properly connected. I can unmute him. I can add him and remove him from the scene. Nothing happens. No doubt it's because I am magical. Or, as Lorenzo himself said, which is very interesting. Sorry. The reality of why I'm not allowed somehow by act of God not to comment is found with my interaction. That is, in the comment section of these vids, there will see the why. So he's not allowed to comment by an act of God, and we will see why in the comment sections. Just think about that for a minute. Think about, now, he probably is incompetent. He doesn't know what that phrase means. But think about what it actually means. He's saying that God is blocking him from the comments. And when you see his comments, you'll know why.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. If your statement is true, you're being blocked by God because you're working for his enemy, the devil. As I said to him, you should take a hint and realize you're working for Satan. Houston says, now Lorenzo claims to be cursed by God. Andrew, a Muslim admitting he's cursed by God. Interesting.
I mean, I already joined because I told him, I made the offer. I said, look, if you join, I'll join. And so I that's why I hopped on here, but he didn't get on here.
No. All right. Next.
All right. So we're, yeah. So
on-topic question.
Right. So if you have a on-topic comment or question, go ahead and speak up. I do want to wrap up soon, so I definitely only want to take stuff on topic.
Skanderberg.
Oh, okay.
Or Zach, if you have one more question, anything else?
Yeah, your questions were on topic, Zach. You were fine.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So what I'd like to say. Oh, are you talking to me? Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, we have Lorenzo. We have Lorenzo connected. Sorry to interrupt you, but we have him connected finally. It worked.
Good thing.
And now we can't hear him. I can see his mouth moving.
Lorenzo, why do you keep insisting on connecting with a video camera? We would be able to hear you.
Maybe Allah doesn't allow him.
Yeah, turn off the video camera and we might be able to hear you, because right now we cannot hear you. It just froze. That's not a good sign.
When you join, there's two buttons. Join with video, join without video. His connection totally sucks. He needs to join without video, and he joins with video. It finally gets a strong enough signal to connect, and all we get is his video because his connection sucks.
All right.
Sure.
So go ahead with your question, Zach.
So what I'd like to say is, for example, if we go by proof by like evidence, physical evidence, and all that stuff, You agree sometimes it could be inaccurate, like like evolution. I bet you guys don't believe in that stuff, right? I'm just saying, for example, right?
So if a person lived at a place in a time and
Yeah.
built things, you would have evidence of the building. The issue is not that, oh, Noah, the story of Noah says that the evidence was washed away. No, the problem is that the Islamic story is that Abraham built it with Ishmael, and it was continuously inhabited by people up until the time of Muhammad. And that is just not possible. That's not in the realm of possibility. And that's why they haven't done any digging. When you compare this to what's happened in Israel, Israel's done massive, massive amounts of digging and confirmed things over and over again that are in their sources about various events and various people and various places have all been confirmed over and over again. And when they seem not to be confirmed, it's usually because somebody screwed up somewhere and misunderstood something, like the displacement of certain locations that happened in the recorded era of like the sometimes in the 1700s, people got really confused about where places were and changed them around because they thought they knew better. But if you go back to what people had believed before that, you can very clearly see that they were correct. So,
Well, I think
you would expect you have to find Bronze Age stuff there if it was made a city in the Bronze Age, and you just don't find any of that. You also have the problem that you would have to have, for the stories of Abraham visiting Ishmael to be true, he would be teleporting. And that really shows the lack of geographical knowledge that the writers of early Islam had. They had really poor ideas of where things were placed and where various events occurred. And they have impossible things happening side by side. And I actually have that in a later one that shows where Mecca is compared to where it's 1,000-kilometer trek to Mecca. For what reason? Why would you go into an area where it's a desolate wasteland, poor grazing? For what? There's nothing there yet. Lorenzo, you just joined again with video.
Yeah,
I don't know whether
try
or not
talking, Lorenzo. Let's see if you can hear you. Unfortunately, I can't read lips.
No, but we can't read lips, Lorenzo. Why do you keep joining with video? You can push a button that says join with video, and you can push another one that's audio only. And what you want is audio only, because I don't know whether or not it's because you are forgetting. Is he forgetting to unmute himself? He's muted right now. It shows muted on my thing. So
no, he's not. I can tell when someone mutes themselves.
Okay, so it's just messed up.
Hello.
Oh, there we got audio.
It's the video.
We can hear you now, maybe.
I'm sorry. You know what I mean?
Yep, we can hear you. We can hear
Finally.
you.
Well, the issue is that it's like dealing with a difficult grandparent, getting them to program their VCR. All right.
Yeah, we'll probably not have him long, so come on. Let's Oh no. Oh wait, now he just muted himself. Now he did actually mute himself.
Oh. Very odd. I'm confused. It's probably just hitting wrong buttons. So anyway,
so
Zach.
Lorenzo, you're muted on your end at the moment.
Yeah, so if he doesn't get sound, can I add something?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so Lorenzo, jump in at any time, but until then, Zach, go ahead.
So what I'd like to say, this might be like, I guess like a conspiracy, but it might be possible Allah did not make it so obvious, because if He made it so obvious, it was the time of Abraham, many people might have converted or something like that.
Here's the thing. The story has to be that all these people were coming to and doing Hajj there to a monotheistic place until the time that the Kuza'a at the earliest, right? That the people right before Muhammad, they changed it to something other than a monotheistic location. And from Abraham until like 300 AD, this has to be a central site of pilgrimage, according to the Islamic story. And there's zero evidence of that. There's zero evidence that anyone ever went there. And here's the thing. you have actual inscriptions by other pilgrims who would be like, I'm so-and-so, son of so-and-so, son of so-and-so, on my way to such and such place. May this God give me favor or protect me or save me or whatever, right? You'd have these writings. You also have writings that are attached to all of these various temples, like in Nabatea, for example, where they'll talk about somebody would leave behind a rock. I so-and-so did Hajj. Well, actually in Lihan, or Lihyan is where they talked about Hajj. I so-and-so did Hajj on the year of the rains, or the year that so-and-so was king, or whatever, right? So you have all of these inscriptions that do give things context, and an important site that had lots of people coming to it will have stuff. For example, there has been a particularly silly argument that, oh, what about the Temple Mount? There's no evidence that it was there in whatever ancient time other than the references to Hezekiah and so on. You would have to push it back, Hezekiah, you need to push it back another 350 years, right? But now we have, well, that's because nobody's been digging at all. Well, the Muslims have been rather recklessly digging.
We have Lorenzo joined without video.
Well, let's see if he works. I'll pause if he works.
We can hear you, Lorenzo.
Hello?
Yes!
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Wow.
That's why we said you have to join without video, because your connection is not good.
Yeah, I tried everything,
don't
I said,
worry
I'm
about
not
it.
ashamed to say that I'm not versed in these types of things.
And no problem.
It is what it is. I'm 71 years old.
Okay, so now you know whenever you join, because your connection is not going to be good, you will have to hit join without video to have any chance of you having a strong enough connection.
Right? Just microphone.
So,
microphone only, yeah.
Yeah, I tried so long to get on.
Yep. So did you hear me? You heard me the other day. You challenged me to ask why it says on the third day according to the scriptures, right?
No, that wasn't the question, Mary.
Yeah, it was. That was literally the question. The question was.
Mary.
The question was. Hang on. Let's read it.
Let him give his question. Let him give his question.
He wants to change it now, but well.
No, I didn't want to change it. The focus was the claim of the death of Messiah within the Old Testament, which was made by the Apostle Paul in 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 3 and 4. The third day resurrection is irrelevant. We're talking about the claim that the Messiah died for the sins of mankind, but oh, wait a minute, not just Messiah, but God himself.
Okay, so let's look what the verses actually say.
Let me finish. So what I'm asking for, if I didn't make it clear the first time, was the proof of the death of Messiah for the atonement of sin for the collective of mankind, who, oh, by the way, happens to be the second person in the triune Godhead, who is God himself. Okay, I'm asking Lorenzo, for the proof from the Old Testament.
Okay, so let's look at the actual scripture. You claim that there is no reason that Paul would write this, and that was ridiculous. Even though I pointed out that this is, in fact, what Paul is saying they already believed, as you have received. This saying is trustworthy, is what he's saying. That the saying that you already have is trustworthy. He's not saying, I am writing this now for the first time, okay? So it says, for I delivered, first of all, to you, which I also received. So he's received this, how Christ died for our sins according to the scriptures.
From who?
Right there, that is Isaiah 53. And a number of other places, but Isaiah 53.
Can I talk?
And then, no, and that he was buried, and that he rose again on the third day according to the scriptures. Now, the first time you brought this up, you were like, ha, where would it ever say that he would rise again on the third day? And I read to you a very long passage from Genesis Rabbah. It's Genesis Rabbah 56:1. Which links to Exodus 19:16 to many other passages, and was read as a messianic text. So all of these things have to do with foreshadowing a Messiah. So we have on the third day, Abraham lifted up his eyes, right? And so That was right before the sacrifice of Isaac. So something to do with the sacrifice of Isaac has to do with rising on the third day. Okay, first of all. Then the second one was, it was written, he will revive us from the 2 days. On the third day, he will set us up and we will live before him. Hosea 6:2. So this is a resurrection on a third day read together with the sacrifice of Isaac. On the third day of the tribes, it is written, on the third day, Joseph said to them. And then the next part of this verse says, I fear God, so do this and you will live. So this has to do with having assurance of life and salvation. On the third day of the spies, he said, and hide yourselves there 3 days. So 3 days being hidden, Joshua 2:16. On the third day of the giving of the Torah, it says, it came to pass on the third day. So the third day of giving of the Torah, that means that it has to do with receiving a new law, aka the new covenant. On the third day of Jonah is written, and Jonah was in the belly of the fish for 3 days and 3 nights. Now, of course, Jonah, as we know, talks about being in Sheol, which was meaning he's dead for 3 days and 3 nights. Then
It's
he
perceived
is
death.
resurrected.
It's perceived
So-
death, not death. Sheol
So,
was perceived death. But go ahead.
No, Sheol's the place of the dead. But
Okay, so on the third day of those who came up from exile, then this is for the rebuilding of the temple, as is written, and stayed there 3 days. So this has to do with a foundation of a new temple, just as Christ says he's the cornerstone, right? On the third day of the resurrection of the dead, it is written, he will revive us from 2 days. On the third day, he will set us up and we will live before him. This is just what the rabbis were writing. They were re-emphasizing the point that has to do with resurrection. Then they also write, the repetition is not mine, it's the rabbis, okay? On Esther's third day, now it came to pass on the third day that Esther clothed herself regally. So therefore, and then it says, the royalty of her father's house. So this has to do with acquiring royalty with a special clothing that happens on the third day together with the resurrection. So we have the Son who puts on the royalty in the resurrection, right? And is going to be glorified with the glory that he had with the Father in the beginning. So then it says, in what merit? This is an argument of the rabbis and Rabbi Levi. The rabbis say, in the merit of the third day of the giving of the Torah, as it says, it came to pass on the third day this morning. Rabbi Levi said, in the merit of the third day of our father Abraham, as it says on the third day, Abraham lifted up his eyes, saw the place from afar. What did he see? He saw a cloud attached to the mountain. He said, it appears that this is the place where the Holy One told me to offer up my son. So this is an index of passages that were read together and read messianically, all of which fit with Christian theology, does not fit with the revised theology of modern rabbinical Judaism. This was faithfully recorded because it took a long time for the Jews to revise their own beliefs.
Okay, Mary,
by the Jews.
can I jump in? I mean, you're giving me an hour, a soliloquy. I mean,
yes, you asked
for
you
evidence.
asked for the
You
references.
asked for the evidence that this was something that the phrase, according to this, on the third day, that he was buried and he rose again on the third day, according to the scriptures, was something that was not made up by Paul. That is what you wanted. That is what I gave you. Now, you need to tell me.
He can't handle it because it's lots
No,
of
let me
references. He
explain.
wants just
It's not
one
you
so
need
that
to
he
tell
can
me.
argue
Let me
against
deal with what you talked about.
So,
okay?
Well, before you do that, before
Okay,
either of
forget
you
about
talk,
it.
I
You see,
have
this is what I mean. I'll tell you what.
Just
let's
pause for a
simplify it.
second. Just pause for a second,
completely
Lorenzo.
Simplify it
Just pause
to its
for
most
a
simple
second.
terms. Mary, give to me this, just to simplify it, because you're not going to accept the application, what I'm going to say. First of all, no Jewish rabbi, none interpreted those scriptures in terms of a Christian-centric Messiah. None.
Well, amazingly, many of them
meaningless,
did.
I allowed
That
you
is
to
why there were very
statement,
Mary,
Lorenzo.
I allowed you to talk.
What do you mean a Christian centric? Lorenzo, that's a meaningless
Mary, I didn't
statement.
bother you once.
You're
Allow me to
going to be
talk,
quiet for a second, Lorenzo. You're going to be quiet for a second.
in order to
You're going to be
simplify
quiet
this,
for a second,
I want you to do
Lorenzo.
one thing.
Okay, fine. I'll mute you since you won't be quiet long enough to listen. So Houston Euler first wants a list of those references. Can you post those in the chat later? I know you just said them all, but
I know I put it in the chat. I put the link in the chat again. So I told you guys in the chat before. I gave you the
that's
source
fine.
for this the first time it was asked. Here it is.
That's fine.
Here's an actual link. Here is the name again. So here you guys go. This is these are things that were written by the rabbis beforehand. Now, what Lorenzo wants is he wants to throw a fit and say, well, I don't like this. I want this. I want that. I want, gimme. That's what he wants. He wants to scream, gimme, 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 like a child. But what he claimed, his claim
okay. Well, no, his claim is simple, that the rabbis didn't interpret it in a Christian-centric way, which makes no sense whatsoever. What he wants is rabbis from before the time of Jesus to say, we believe in Christianity. And then if they did, they'd convert to Christianity, and then they wouldn't count as Jews anymore. That's the gist of his argument.
Yeah, which is incredibly
Let me speak. Mary, let me speak. Mary, let me speak.
Mary, let me
speak. I'm going to simplify it. A very simple question,
simplify
Mary.
it, please.
No, you need to respond to these. Hang on.
I did respond. I did respond. No,
version of it.
No Jewish,
it's too complicated
rabbinical, Pharisaic rabbi ever, okay, accepted the Christian definition of Messiah who dies, who's in fact the Son of God. The real.
So die in your rage.
Okay, now I'm going to allow me to please continue. Please, I'll let you.
No,
Mary,
so die in your rage.
Mary, I let you speak, and I never interrupted you. Listen, Thaddeus.
You did multiple
times. Thaddeus, are you going to allow me to speak?
So here's.
No, I'm not going to allow you to go on a tirade because you need to address the content. Mary, just hold on a second. So Lorenzo claims that no rabbi ever interpreted it this way. No rabbi in the history of humanity has ever interpreted it in the Christian light. No rabbi has ever converted to Christianity.
And that's
basically.
a total lie. Massive.
It's utter nonsense. It's utter nonsense from Lorenzo. He's just making up crap. And if anyone does convert, right? Anyone that we cite, he'll say they don't count. They're not real rabbi.
So
Lorenzo,
no one who rejects Christ accepts Christ. You are a moron, Lorenzo. Moron. This is the stupidest argument that ever was brought by any breathing human being. Those who reject Christ don't accept Christ. Now, there were many Pharisees who were part of the Pharisaical sect who were rabbis who recognized Jesus Christ as the Messiah. And those people were later on called, they're called followers of the way. They're also called Christians. That's why there was that's why there was a lot of conflict, because some of the people in that Pharisaical sect wanted the early Christians who were Gentiles to have to follow the whole of the Jewish law. If they were not Pharisaical rabbis, there wouldn't be these people telling the Christians that all of the Christians have to act like Jews. It's specifically this group that had some members among them who were those who wanted to bring that in. They are Jews.
Okay, so Mary, you've made your point.
Pharisees.
You've made your point.
Can I speak?
You've made your point. You've made your point. Let Lorenzo have his next rant.
Thaddeus, is this what you do? Huh?
Yes. Tell Mary to stop speaking so you can speak, and then you're too rude and impatient. Then you listen when I tell you that it's your time to speak.
Let me speak.
Speak. Speak, dog.
Let me speak.
Speak, you disgusting pig creature. He doesn't want to speak.
This is incredible, man.
Yeah, it is incredible.
This is incredible.
So Mary and I aren't going to say anything. Go ahead.
This is incredible.
Why don't you run a clock?
This is incredible. Can I speak?
I've told you 10 times.
I didn't hear
you
it now.
Cut in your ears, you freaking idiot.
Cut to the chase to make it more simple. Let me ask you, Mary. The Apostle Paul in the book of Hebrews chapter 10 verse 18 and the book of Romans chapter 6 verse 10 states that the blood of Jesus ends blood sin sacrifice forever. Jesus himself, the man you call God, corroborated that statement. Is it true? Is it valid that the blood of Jesus ended sin sacrifice forever? Is it a valid statement? Yes or no?
So why don't you look at Hebrews, which you claim to be from Paul, although may have been written by
No, it's not from Paul, but that's something called reactualization of scripture. Yes, I know about it.
So what does it say? That something that has been abolished will soon do what? Pass away. So had it passed away at the time that Hebrews was written, was in the terms of Christ came to do away, right? With sacrifices for sins. For a short while, there were parallel systems in place. When did the parallel system be abolished? When was the parallel system done? What date?
You tell me, Mary.
AD 70. What happened in AD 70? What did Hebrews correctly prophesy? What was the event? What happened in AD 70? Very famous.
The exile, right?
Something else. What happened? What caused what happened right before the exile?
The destroying of the temple.
Excellent. And after the destruction of the temple, were Jews sacrificing for sins any longer?
No. You know why, Mary?
Because God absolutely abolished it to the point that they could not sacrifice for sin.
No, you're wrong.
Now, who continued to sacrifice animals and kill animals and have their blood?
Mary, you're making bull statement after.
So die in your rage.
Allowing me to respond.
So the pagans,
you're not allowing me to respond. It's bull.
So thank you, Lorenzo, for showing that the Bible is correct, that there cannot be any sacrifice for sins because
Thaddeus,
the Old
is this
Covenant
what you do?
Passed away, and God made sure of it.
Thaddeus, is this what you do? Is this what you do, Thaddeus? I'm asking you.
So Lorenzo, yes, this is what I do. I tell Mary to stop so that you can have it. I tell.
It's your turn,
this is what I do.
Lorenzo.
This is what I do, Lorenzo. I tell Mary that it's your turn to speak, and then you spend the next 2 minutes arguing with me about how it's your turn to speak.
Because God himself didn't want it anymore. So it ended. Blood sacrifice ended. Is that what you're saying?
Apparently, Mary had to do something. So just wait 1 second.
So you're saying that blood sin sacrifice ended because God didn't want it anymore? Because the temple was destroyed. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's
so
that's not what we're saying remotely. That's not Christian theology. You claim you're an expert in Christian theology. So where are you getting this nonsense from?
So
no Christian has ever said that. Let's play your game. No,
can you hear me?
Educated Christian in the history of Christianity has ever made that statement.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I don't think you can hear us now.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
We can hear you.
So, Mary, are you saying that because the temple was destroyed, that now blood sin sacrifice by God himself was ended? That it was completely...
So what I was saying is that Jesus' sacrifice was the final sacrifice, the final atonement period, okay? And that because at that instant, did the Jews who lived in Spain hear about Jesus' resurrection instantaneously?
Did the people in Spain hear about Jesus' resurrection instantaneously? What do you mean?
Death and resurrection. Did they know about it?
Were they Christian, Mary?
So could anyone know about, I don't care whether or not they're a Christian, did they know about it the instant it happened? Did they know about Jesus the Messiah dying and rising again instantly?
Instantly?
Yeah, like when it happened.
3 days later.
Did they know when he rose after 3 days? Did they know about it in that instant? Did they have the telephone?
Mary, in Spain, were they Christians? Was the Bible, Mary, was the Bible around? Did they read? Did they have churches? Did they have theologians?
Answer the question, Lorenzo. The answer is obviously no.
Lorenzo, if you don't answer the question, you need to leave. So,
Yeah, of
Instead of
course
going
I
on a
did.
tirade,
You have not
answer
answered
the
nothing.
question.
You won't allow me to speak, and you've
Answer the
answered nothing.
question.
I'm asking you.
Lorenzo,
I'll ask you
calm
again, Mary.
Calm
Did the
down.
blood sin
Calm
sacrifice end
yourself
forever? Yes or no?
Now, calm yourself. Now, here's what we're going to have to do, because you can't handle Mary having a time to speak, and you're just going to complain every time it's your turn. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to do 2 minutes, 2 minutes. We're going to do 2 minutes.
All of them.
No, you haven't.
You haven't answered any of them.
I've answered all of them. Not to your pleasing.
So die in your rage.
But I'm asking you a one simple question. Did it end forever, yes or no?
You are just, if you're saying that.
Answer the question. Did it end, yes or no?
Lorenzo, shut up and let me answer your question.
Yeah, but you don't let me explain. But you don't let me explain when I want to amplify. But you're supposed to be allowed to speak and to pontificate when I'm not allowed. Is that it?
I'm answering your question. Lorenzo, you're playing games.
Oh, I'm playing games. Mary, is it end, yes or no? In fact, you want me to answer it for you? Do you want me to answer it for you?
Pause. Mary, answer it yes or no, and then he has to immediately answer your question yes or no.
I don't know when he means. Does he?
Of course you don't know what I mean.
No, because
you're Christian. You're a pagan. You're deluded. You're deluded. That's what Christianity is.
Lorenzo,
the adoption of delusion in favor of acceptable reality.
Calm down. Lorenzo, this is not your street corner. You can't just yell and scream at people. Now, define a date. What date are you talking about?
Allow me to destroy Christianity here and now.
Yeah, okay. So here's what we're going to do. You're going to give us a date. You're going to give a date for your stupid question. Mary's going to answer it. And I'm going to give you your stupid monologue to destroy Christianity. And I'm going to guess that you're going to spend all your time complaining and whining like a pathetic baby, because that's what you are. Now, give us a date. Mary will answer your question, and then you have the floor. Did the blood sacrifice end on day X? What is day X? Lorenzo?
He's not going to answer. He's not going to actually.
I can't even hear. I can't even hear what you're saying.
Can we talk to somebody else now, because he just will not be on topic?
Well,
oh my God!
Question.
Thaddeus, is this what you do?
Yes, this is what I do. I deal with demons who are manifesting.
Is this what you do?
And acting like pathetic babies. That is what I do.
Huh?
Now, Lorenzo, since you can apparently hear again, I will say it to you again. Your question is, did the blood sacrifice end? We don't know what date you're talking about. So complete your sentence. Did the blood sacrifice on day X?
Did it end?
X. When? What date?
You want me to end it for you?
No, I want you to make a question that we can answer. We want you to give us a question we can answer. We want you to give us a question we can answer. Why won't you give us the question? Is it because you know as soon as you pin down a date, your stupid argument won't work? Is that why you won't give us a date?
Hello.
Hello. We know you're faking it.
Be allowed to get in a word
Tell us the date for your stupid question, you freaking idiot.
I've at least attempted to answer the question. I allowed her to talk, never interrupting her.
What date are you talking about? You have not attempted to answer that question.
And then tells me that if I try to explain further any point that I make, that I'm wrong.
He's not going to talk.
Okay. So here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. Since Lorenzo is pretending he can't hear us.
So
yes, you're going to speak,
let
Lorenzo.
Me talk uninterrupted. What are you afraid of?
To speak. What I tell you
this right away. Christianity depends on the death and resurrection of Jesus. If you destroy the concept of Christian salvation, Christianity falls. It becomes destroyed. I'm telling you. Let me do. I tell you what. You say
Lorenzo.
go to the book.
All right, Lorenzo. I'm muting everyone. Okay. because I don't want anyone to interrupt Lorenzo. Lorenzo, here is how confident I am that your argument is utter nonsense, okay? I am going to unmute you. As soon as you start complaining about someone else, I'm kicking you out of the stream. But everyone is muted. You have the opportunity to make whatever dumb ass argument you want to make, starting now. Waiting for your argument. Waiting for your argument. This is Lorenzo's best argument against Christianity. Waiting for your argument against Christianity, Lorenzo.
This is as cowardly as it gets, man.
Okay. You heard the terms. You heard the terms. As soon as you complained about someone else, you're kicked out. You're gone. We are going to end the show now because I need to go. Anyway, it's 11:30. I normally end at 11 o'clock. I'll give Mary a chance to have some closing thoughts here in a minute. But Cavalier says, Thaddeus rebuked the spirit behind him. Absolutely. Lorenzo is the clearest example of an individual possessed by a demon I have ever seen in my life. He has Satan's minions living inside him. If he was here, I would lay hands on him and command the demons to leave in the name of Jesus, because that is what Lorenzo is. He is a empty sack that used to be humanity that is nothing but demons at this point. So, Lorenzo, you have rejoined. I'm going to, since you claim you can't hear us, again, as soon as I unmute you, you have your chance to make whatever dumb argument you want to make. No one has the ability to interrupt you because they're all muted. As soon as you complain about anything, you are gone. You may speak.
Okay. Mary did not answer the question. Pure and simple.
I said as soon as you talk another individual, you are gone. You couldn't even make it one word. The first word out of your mouth was another individual, and you complaining about that individual. Absolutely amazing. I said, make whatever argument you want against Christianity. You can speak until you complain about someone else. The very first word out of your mouth is Mary. Mary didn't answer my question. A complaint. Unbelievable. This guy is so possessed by demons. I tell him exactly what's going to happen, and he still can't help himself. I tell him that I'm going to have him on the stream so he can manifest his demons for everyone to see. He comes on here and screams at people. And yes, I did scream back at him. I do not apologize for that because this is Lorenzo we're talking about. This is a man possessed by demons. I am not going to be kind to demons. Okay? Just to be clear. Anyone else in the world comes up here and talks, they'll get a very different response. Some of you like to complain about how I'm too nice to people. You don't get to complain today. All right.
All right. So what Lorenzo was trying to do is play games. So we find the answer in Hebrews 8:13. Because he hates God and hates the scripture, he cringes and writhes when it's actually read to him. So it says, in speaking of new covenant, he makes the first one obsolete. The first question is, when was the first one obsolete? Well, that would be when the new covenant was established, right? So it is obsolete what happened before. And what is becoming obsolete and growing old is ready to vanish away. So it became obsolete in an instant, in one sense. And in another sense, there is a continuous activity of obsolescence that is moving forward. For a particular period of time, the Old Covenant and the New Covenant ran in parallel, okay? And it ran in parallel because imagine what injustice it would be if you were living in Spain or in Ethiopia as a Jew and you hadn't even heard the Messiah had come, and he dies, and he rises again, and you happen to die in the time period between you receiving the news and his resurrection, and you still only adhere to the old law and don't even know that the Messiah has come. And yes, you die in anticipation, but you also die with, but this thing has already happened, right? So it ran in parallel, and it is predicted in Hebrews, probably by Peter, because Peter was who? He was the apostle to the Jews, so most likely Hebrews was written by the apostle to the Jews, even though it does mention some of the companions of Paul. He says, what is becoming obsolete and growing old is ready to vanish away. When did it vanish? When did God make it impossible for any Jew to ever sacrifice to him again legitimately? And the Jews knew that it was impossible, and that if they do anything after this point, that it is not, that it's not valid. He did this by allowing the temple to be destroyed at that time, and allowing the sacrifices to be interrupted. And the promise had been made that the Messiah would come before the destruction of that temple. It had to come when that temple was standing, right? It could not come any other time. And so God showed through his providence to any Jew who is paying attention that they have no forgiveness for sins left at all except through the Messiah. Now, it's really interesting that particularly stupid Muslims like to argue about blood atonement, right? There's no blood atonement in Islam. No, the sacrifice of animals that's done every Eid, that's blood atonement. It is not because you're chopping up the bits and giving them to people that your sins are forgiven. It is because of that sacrifice saying Allah's name. You sacrifice to your pagan deity and send out the blood. Every time Muhammad went to the Kaaba, he brought bunches of sacrifices with him and sacrificed them for forgiveness of sins. He did sacrifices for the forgiveness of sins and the release of prisoners for the forgiveness of sins and the feeding of the poor for forgiveness of sins. And these are all different activities for forgiveness of sins in Islam. Yes, there's blood atonement in Islam. Anybody who says there isn't is just delusional and a liar. There absolutely is. So my last comment on topic of the actual thing, and by the way, he has lost his chance to respond to this again because he refused to respond because his original point was third day. Why does it say third day? There's nothing about that in the Old Testament. And I showed him that not only that there was, but that it was read messianically by rabbis and was understood in that way. And he wanted to move the goalposts because he plays games, because he hates God. On the topic of this, yes, the origins of the particular, you can't find the Kaaba circumambulation in terms of people related to the South Arabs anywhere except for this context, right? It is contextual to a place and time. The people in Jerusalem weren't circling things. The people in other places in northern Mesopotamia weren't circling things, right? It's just this particular place, and it's because it comes from these Mesolithic kites and became these other things and became a ritual. There might possibly be a reference in the conquest of Jericho. There might be a polemic against circling that may have already been established at that time. Saying that, haha, you think that you will call on your God to give you something when you circle. Our God will give destruction with our circling. But there really is no idea of circling as something that is, like, Jews didn't circle their temple. This is a pagan Central Arabian, Southern Arabian thing, right? So he is, so that is the last comment on topic. I'm sorry, Furin Kazan and Skanderberg, if you guys had questions that we may not get to. I don't think Christ for Salvation has a question.
Yeah, I mean, I think you wanted to talk to Lorenzo, and we can definitely do that a different day. This was brewing for a while, right? And just so any Muslims or anyone else knows, the one thing that I can't stand is people who spend all their time complaining about the actions of people, right? And he literally kept trying to yell over me about how I wasn't giving him a chance to speak when I was trying to tell him it was his chance to speak. That is how little he was paying attention to what was going on. I'm trying to say, Lorenzo, it's your turn to speak. And he keeps yelling over me saying that to say, why aren't you letting me speak?
And then when it's silent, he just lets the silence stretch out.
Mm-hmm. And then after a while says, can I speak now? I mean, really? So yes, Christ is salvation. You can say a quick word.
Hello.
You're
Good
unmuted.
evening. I am sorry I'm ill, very sick today, because I had a shower and then I drove very fast, and for some reason the whole my body was in ache. So at some point I just how to say it, slept. But I woke up when Mary and Thaddeus were talking with all the people here, and then I was hearing screams and stuff like that. And I'm like, what happened? Did anyone? What are they doing there? Anyway, Thaddeus, uh, I thought you were very kind to people, but now I see another side of you.
Yeah, I mean, 90% of the time, if I get a complaint, it's you're being too kind to Muslims. So
Yeah, I'm complaining most for that because you are too kind to people, and it's like don't be that kind, especially to people that don't understand what they're talking about. They don't know what they're talking about. For example, Lorenzo says, if the resurrection never happened, yeah, then our faith is in vain. Like, really, man? Like, we don't know that? I mean, but that's what the apostle saw. Resurrected Christ. So I don't know what he's talking about. Really, where is he going to find it?
Well, what he was trying to do is claim that Paul made up this whole third day resurrection thing. And I showed that no, he didn't. That this is how the rabbis read it.
Jesus
and then
himself was talking about it.
Jesus
himself was talking about Mark 16:21. No,
So
Matthew 16:21, Mark 8:32-33, Luke 19:20. I mean, if he is going to show us that it is the first thing that we see only from Paul, then we have to take the pen and just erase everything that Jesus said, about himself. How is he going to die, and if he is going to be raised? I mean, really, man, it's impossible to have this type of discussion if he doesn't read the whole picture.
Yeah,
anyway, that's all I wanted to say.
There is also a funny one here. This is a group of disciples. This man was a prophet, powerful in speech and action before God and all the people. Luke 24, starting in 19. Our chief priests and rulers delivered him up to sentence of death, and they crucified him. But we were hoping that he was the one who would redeem Israel. And beside all this, it is the third day since those things took place. So they're expecting a resurrection when? On a third day. So they're worried that it won't happen because now is the third day and it ought to happen. What happened? And then furthermore, some of our women astounded us, etc., etc. So we have...
All right.
Even worse is that they bought Jesus for 30 silver coins from Judas Iscariot. They are the ones that sealed that Jesus is the Messiah.
Yep.
They could buy him for 31 pieces.
Well, it's exactly like Lorenzo, right? They know what the mark of the Messiah is, but they're so consumed by hatred and possessed by demons that they can't help themselves, and they end up proving the point, right? And that's what Lorenzo does every single time I talk to him. Normally it's not like this, and normally it's not a screaming man, but every single time I tell him that he is going to manifest. He's going to show his demons for the audience, and that's why I'm allowing him to talk. And he comes up and proves me right every single time, except for last time when his internet cut out on him. That was the only time that we had a respectful conversation and he didn't explode. I'm sure he would have if we kept on. But I tell him, he's like, why are you diminishing my intellect and whatnot? And I'm not. I'm just letting you talk. That's all I have to do. You disprove yourself. You You're the best here. You are.
This is the best advertisement for Islam that's ever existed in the world.
You're the best advertisement for the true spirit of Islam that has ever existed. I like this one from John Scott. The thing is, Thaddeus has a ridiculous level of patience. If he rages, you know you messed up. Simple.
And the thing is, he didn't want to give a clear statement because he wanted to rely on obfuscation and on double meanings.
Yeah, it's suddenly.
That's why he would not answer my question. Did the people know immediately that Jesus had risen from the dead? He's like, well, they're Jews. They don't believe in Christianity. I'm like, I don't care.
Did they have the internet?
Accept him or reject him. Would not answer because he knew it.
I mean, his answer, everything he said was obvious no, but he wouldn't say no because he couldn't say no because then once he did, his argument wouldn't work anymore. So, and that's the same reason why he wouldn't provide a date, because as soon as he did, his argument won't work because it relies on word games, and that might work on someone who's ignorant and has never talked to someone, a deceitful, cowardly piece of crap like him before, but it doesn't work on us because we know the game. And as soon as he's called out on his game and he can't go on with his script, he starts getting really mad. That's all there is to it. All right, so thank you all for joining us. Yep, and he's proud of that.
And we're proud of that.
Sorry we didn't get to you, Furin Kazan.
Yeah. So my apologies. You guys are all welcome to call in another time. We're already almost an hour past the scheduled end time, so I definitely do want to end it here.
Entertain you again because he won't be on topic. So.
Yeah. Don't worry about that. So I did have one other comment that I wanted to read. Sorry, I clicked the wrong button. Jesus Bot is advertising Christian conference, and then the link to Seek and Share Truth. I will get the link to that posted. I've been putting in the links in the descriptions of recent videos, but I did actually forget to put it in this one. But this is very important because I will not be streaming much for the next 2 weeks. I will be at this conference. Instead, I will be speaking on two subjects. I'll be speaking on the historical evidence for the truth of Christianity and the problem of atheism. So those will be my two talks. I'll also be part of several panels. If you are all interested in hearing me speak, or even if you're not, right? Although you're listening to my channel, so you probably are, but most people wouldn't be. That's okay. I'm just also ran, right? Because it's being headlined by David Wood and Hatun Tosh. So if you're at all interested in that, definitely check out the link. If by chance you are within driving distance of Ohio, you can attend in person for free. If not, you can register to attend online, also for free. And we have a very important message on those lines.
Hey, are you wasting your time on social media again? Your brothers and sisters in Christ from Ohio are organizing a free evangelism conference for you. Evangelizing to the lost, the good news of our Lord Jesus Christ is one of the best acts of love a Christian can do. There's a huge need for it in the world. You know this, and I know this. So that makes this opportunity even greater. So sign up today, join us in August, and may the triune God bless you.
So in the mimicking style of hijab, definitely make sure you do this good deed. It's one of the best things that a Christian can do. And like I said, absolutely free, and you can attend online. So even if you, which means obviously that you can watch the videos later. You don't have to be free the exact hours that I'm speaking either. So I definitely encourage you to check that out. I will have my normal Bible study on Friday. I think I might have a stream over the weekend, but we definitely won't be back next Tuesday. It'll be 2 weeks. from today before Mary is on again. I definitely won't have any streams next week at all. So I may or may not have one this weekend, but definitely none next week. Probably the first one back, I'll have to talk with Mary about it, but probably the first one back will be exactly 2 weeks from today. Thank you all for joining us today. Please pray for Lorenzo. The only possible thing that can help him is for the living God to intervene and cast the demons out of him. He is completely incapable of hearing the truth from a human perspective. So until we meet again, take this material, use it in your conversations with people. Go